Chapter 1, Bizarre Blizzards. One day a young man went into a golden hotel. It was so large and so big. There were waterfalls all over the walls and the floors were made of ice and diamond. He had been meanly wounded by men in shies ties just outside the hotel. They stole his wallet and all he owned. He went to the nice, neat, and swell hotel looking for salvation, but what he found was even greater than he thought. "Hello," said the receptionist. "Here's a place where all your wildest and nicest dreams come true. You only have to believe you know, so, looks like those ruffians the Blacktails got you, not to worry." A helix of little light particles began to encircle him like a dragon or like Twilight Princess or like floating water droplets rose off the ground and began to twirl around him, but all of a sudden his wound healed. "Thanks, so hey, we just spawned in this world, sorry but, where are we?" Max said. His name was Max by the by. Smiley face. "Max, you're in the Golden Hotel of Jesus Christ. These hotels were made by Jesus Christ to protect those who wish to do the right thing. You know how hard it is in the dark mirror after all." "The dark mirror, what's that? Is that the world we're in?" "Correct, Max. Also we know your name because we know you, Max. We dreamt you'd be here. In our dream we saw you'd make this world of dark a world of light. We'd be impressed, Max. Who you want to see in a Beiju? He can answer more of your questions than we can." "He's at the top floor." The receptionist Alex began to call Abeju and he answered. "Hello." "Hello Abeju, it's Alex. Max is here." "Perfect. Please send our nice friend up to our room right away. Tell him Kamina and Simone are here, but he must hurry for there's not much time until the black and white siren stops time again." "Very good, sir, consider it already done." "Bye Alex." "Goodbye Abeju." "Well Max," Abeju said, "you can head up to his room. He's in room DS15. He said Kamina and Simone were there. We have no clue who that is, but he said you'd know." "Good luck little man." "Thanks Alex." "God bless man, love you, thanks again." "God bless you too little hero, dot." Alex smiled warmly at Max. He said this with a soft excitement, like he knew this DB hard, like he knew everything. That man surely had the heart of God. The interior of the hotel was utterly golden, like soft and hard at the same time. It reminded Max of Hunter x Hunter, that one scene where Gon and Killua cut the lights off, or maybe like Grand Budapest Hotel. Max was surely and utterly discombobulated. Kamina and Simone. What like? Gurren Lagann. There wasn't time, surely we need to hurry, he thought to himself. Max was us by the way, or like, you, or you, or you. Max walked over to the elevator in disbelief, his wounds healed. Memories began to pour into him like an overflowing half-earth. He could conjure floating small ice over his right hand, so he did, or fire, or miasma, or electricity, or bubbles, or crystals, prisms. He walked over to the elevator dressed in a white t-shirt and blue jeans. His appearance was handsome, he looked nice, he had a small but confident stature. He walked over stairs or like obstacles or like hurdles and pressed the elevator button. Eventually the elevator opened and he went to the top floor of the Golden Hotel. The hallway was normal with beautiful and pretty carpet, or like ice or like fire. It changed before his very eyes, or it might have never even happened, to the mean or like rude or like impolite, that is. He skated or like slid or like ice skated, or like he wore a fake mustache, or like walked his dogs, or like petted and kissed his dogs. He knocked on door DS15 and Abeju opened the door. He was an angel. He had large, luxurious, white, feathery wings. Behind him were two little white figures, like the god from FMA. When Max entered the room it stayed the same size, or like got infinitely larger, or like the TARDIS, or like, yeah man, it was fucking crazy. Sorry for cursing by the way, but we curse, so yeah, if fucking you don't, cool. Please stay awesome and please read another book. The Bible might be a good option. Hi Abeju, we're Max. They shook hands. So we guess you guys are Kamina and Simone. They became drills, but began to speak. And like we don't curse too much, so that's good. Hi Max. Nice to meet ya. Me and Simone here are what you might call talking drills, but we like to take a humanoid form so we can have hands and stuff. Kamina said. Simone added, that's right Max. But no need to worry, we're gonna save the dark mirror and for the first time bring light to this damned world. There's many like us talking water, talking fire, talking desks even, or like even talking chairs, but all we know is what we are. We're not like men or like angels who know more than us in a way, but in a way we're fucking smarter than the sharpest tool in any fucking shed, and that's a fact. He gave a thumbs up and shape-shifted. He continued, we can even look just like human beings. But we figured you'd find it kind of funny if we appeared looking like this, like God in a way, for aren't we all God in a way? When we know one is all and all is one, we become limitless, but you maximum. You're special. It's rare for human beings to be nice or like neat, so we feel in a way you've been chosen to save mankind and the fate of every alien race. Max was concerned. This was a lot of info to take in. Who were those guys that jumped us? They stole our wallet, phone, headphones, and our jewelry. Fucking sons of damn bitches. They'll pay for that. What did Alex call them? Blacktails. They were like giant monsters, but like silhouettes. We just appeared by the old rundown fountain, hardly working, but still pouring out water, we guess. But then, those things saw us or like attacked us. We guess Alex couldn't see because the doors of the hotel were opaque. Then they ran away and we limped over to those automatic doors, but then we saw this beautiful lobby. Was there a ceiling? Things are so hard to remember sometimes. Alex, was he one of these alien guys? He looked pretty human, but that technique he used, oh yeah. Why does our memory keep cutting off stuff? We remember we were fighting, we guess blacktails, or we might have dreamt it. It's like our memories are all gone. If they were even there to begin with in the first place. Max. Abeja waved his hand in front of Max's face. Earth to Max, he said in a funny, almost robotic voice. These guys who jumped you, Max, how big were they? Abeja said. Enormous. Max replied. They were at least double our height. They were fucking gross, blacktails, huh? That's right. Abeja said in a quiet, confident tone. He pulled up a digital screen, or like many, with pictures of blacktails with descriptions of their height, weight, where they're found, and powers. Of course, everything isn't hard enough already, we guess. Blacktails can range from nearly microscopic to the size of buildings, or even planets. If we don't stop them, they won't just destroy Dark Mirror but all the planets in the universe as well. We know you're a skilled magic user, Max. More skilled than anyone, whereas we all have our areas of expertise. You seem to be able to conjure anything, but you must hone and sharpen your skills. Blacktails don't play around. There are human colonies all over Dark Mirror. It's called Dark Mirror because it's thought there's a second half of Earth just below this, so dark that there's no light there. But hopefully one day we can make the half of Earth light and make it just like this one, huh? So what do you say? Can you help us, Max? Abeja finished. He was a manly man, surely the kind to protect women and children. He spoke like he meant every word, like this wasn't his first rodeo, if you catch our drift. Sure. Why not? We don't really know much about magic or blacktails or anything really, but what we do know is that if someone needs our help, we'll help them if we can. Max said this with quiet confidence, a running theme among our heroes. Quiet confidence is knowing if someone won't listen to us if we're quiet, they surely won't listen if we yell. So listen, Max, we've got a game plan for 15 Maple Avenue. We know a drug deal's going down here between the Darktails. We figured we bust in the warehouse, kick some ass and flush the drugs down the drain. Kamina said. He seemed happy and excited. Max was sure he was a skilled and competent warrior, someone who wouldn't back down from a fight no matter what. So no offense, but like, where are the police? Max said. No police, no one really knows where this planet came from. We were notified of its existence just yesterday, that's when we figure it was made. There are small pockets of humans all over Black Mirror. They reside near golden hotels, but they're so scared of dark tales, or black tales, they won't enter them, or if they do they usually don't stay long. That's what makes you different, Max. You're not afraid of these guys, and it looks like you even got some superpowers there just to show 'em what for. Max laughed. We love to see it, nice people doing the right thing. We gotta admit though, we don't remember much of anything, even we know it's unlikely for everyone to do the right thing in this world. That's so fucking mad to us. You can be happy and safe, but instead you choose to live poor, fucking depressed because a bunch of fucking monsters tell you to. Could never be us. Max said. He seemed kind of angry, tears began to stream down his face. The other men felt for him. It must have been hard. They came from alien races where it seemed everyone was nice, but he was different. Maybe had he been the only man it would have been different, but he wasn't. There were men, and they usually fucking weren't the nicest, but sometimes. But we're sure he pitted the women and children too. So when's this supposed to take place? Max said with quiet confidence. We'll be sure to be there no matter what. He raised his arm in the air and made a triumphant fist with it. Don't oppress the poor because they're poor. This Bible verse flashed into Max's head, but he didn't know what the Bible was or anything, but he knew it was true. Well, Max, it's tomorrow night, take our advice, get some fucking shut-eye. Healing doesn't mean you've forgotten the memory of pain. Take a shower. Eat something. You'll need your energy, kid. God bless you, man, you're a good kid, Max. Abijah said. He was like an older brother to Max, and he was older. Max was 26, Abijah was 30, Kamina was 30, and Simone was 20. Abijah was a good leader. He had the nice, neat, swell charisma of someone who knew how to handle pressure. Poor Max. For now it seemed he was the least of which, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to be the greatest someday. They all hugged and shared partings. Later, buddy. Love you, and don't worry about tomorrow night. We'll have about 15 people there who got you covered. We know you're just getting used to your powers. You might not seem that strong, but your ability to conjure anything is an invaluable asset. Abijah was very bubbly and upbeat when he said this, but then he began to cry, got really quiet and serious, and hugged Max really hard. He said, listen, we love you, you're the greatest, don't let anyone tell you otherwise. He emphasized the word anyone in a way that's hard to describe on paper, but you'd know it if you heard it. He smiled and wiped his tears. His hands were on Max's shoulders, his arms were fully extended, and he smiled in Max's face. Max was only 5 feet 6 inches, Abijah was 5'10" with a blonde bowl cut. A slim cut, but built, and a lean but muscly figure. Kamina was olive-skinned with black gelled hair and a similar build to Abijah, but Simone was at least 6'1" and really skinny. Max was thin. He loved food and always thought it'd be funny if he had a little bit of a beer gut, but the problem was he just didn't drink. Max smiled back at Abijah. Love you, man. Thanks for those encouraging words. We might not remember who we are, but we know who we're going to be. Someone who loves his friends like you guys. Abijah, Kamina, Simone, and hopefully someone who will flip this mirror into a world of light and happiness where everyone can be accepted for who they are regardless of their race, height, weight, gender, or sexual orientation. That's what we fucking like to hear. Everyone said in unison. Listen, we know when things get hard in this world you wanna. Kamina made a motion of his thumb going across his neck. Let me tell you, man. Life is about your ass handed to you until you memorize what the fuck it looks like. Then kicking other people's asses until they don't have any damn ass left. Love you and God bless. He had a quiet confidence. Max cried. Right, he said and nodded quickly once. His voice broke. We're all counting on you, Max, so don't let us down. If you need anything, remember we're here, but please don't, 'cause I'm kinda tired. He laughed. He was like a chibi anime with a huge sweat drop. Duh. Well, love you guys, see you later. Max smiled with his tongue out and a peace sign. His eyes were completely closed, then he vanished. Well guys, let's hope for the best, huh? The remaining members of team all said. They were chibi or vanished or slept or played video games or trained outside. Remember, like Ellen White said, guys, it's open-ended for a reason. God made another floor on top of Golden Hotel for Max. There was no elevator to it or no other way to it but just teleporting in or going through a window, but there was a door to the roof. The suite was huge. It had little stairs that boxed the area that lead to a lower floor about a foot down. It had a huge luxurious bed with fine sheets and super soft sheets and blankets with high thread counts. It had a fridge in a wooden wall that blended in seamlessly with lots of food and drinks. It had a personal pool and hot tub with tons of video games and a high-tech desktop with a water-powered build with rainbow lights. There were huge red curtains that elegantly folded into themselves that tied at the middle. The floorboards were polished wood that looked kind of burnt in places. Max was near where a door would be and he walked over to his bed and sat on it. Tomorrow night, huh? We hope we'll be able to help. We can barely produce any puffs of fire or splashes of water. We might just have to watch, or like conjure someone a sandwich or something. Max began to cry. He cried all the time. He turned the TV on and started watching Dragon Ball. He saw how Goku said, "Oh man, it's not like we can fly or anything," he cried. "Goku," he thought humorously and a little disheartedly, "how far you came, friend. You can do anything if you set your mind to it. You were flying in DBZ, so we just have to be patient and take our time with stuff. We're like you, Goku, we don't feel so strong now, but one day we will." Max chose Dragon Ball because it had the scene in the beginning of the first episode. Contradictions contradict, friends. How does Max know Dragon Ball if he doesn't have any memories? They might flash into his head like lightnings at night's fall, or like tears, or like fucking shooting stars, or like apples off trees. Wind by Naruto is a good song. It teaches us the value of pain, friendship, adventure, and fighting. Listen to it if you get the chance. Max had ice cigarettes. They were literally just sticks of ice, but with magic he could inhale, and ice dust and particles that glowed and glittered would fill his lungs to calm him down. Oh kids, he thought, he loved to smoke, but the cigarettes had fake smoke, but his kids didn't know what he meant, so to break it down or fucking demonstrate or like condescend even, he made these cigarettes. Fire cigarettes were sticks of fire that produced fire sparks and glitter, or even threw flames that were huge. Electricity cigarettes tingled his lungs as the electricity would dance, bounce, jump, and drip on the inside of his iron lungs, or diamond or ruby or emerald or sapphire. He took a toke of his ice cigarette while lying on his back and blew the ice dust up. "Where are you now, kids?" Max wept. He had memories of raising children. They were a rowdy, rambunctious lot. They were poor orphans he adopted in a place a lot like Dark Mirror, probably more dark than black, 'cause that's a really popular show, but God bless, they squatted in an abandoned factory. He actually found them all in a box. They were dogs at first, but he made them people. They were all girls, 7. They were poor but taught them to play music, to street perform for food. When Max got magic powers, he moved them to the Arctic because he wanted to live in an igloo, and that's where they lived. Elizabeth, Ashley, Alexandra, Lindsay, Angel, Diana, and Ellen. Max was an orphan too. He was 10 when he adopted them. Him and God helped raise the kids. The kids fought with God a lot like Job's kids, but they were good kids. He loved them, they just had some chips on their shoulders, that's all. Elizabeth liked dogs a lot. She also loved code geass and exercising. She wasn't afraid of anything, and she liked fire the most, so we can also call her Fire. Ashley was tall and loved fashion and modeling. She always had big dreams of being a model and wearing expensive clothes. Nothing wrong with that. She loved water, so we'll call her Water. Alexandra was tall too and blonde. She loved hanging on trees and reading Max's Dark Academy series he'd write on a laptop he got from playing music. She loved fishing and camping too. She liked electricity, so we'll call her Spark. Lindsay was a bookworm. She liked learning about world affairs and was very cautious to avoid doing drugs and alcohol. She never even tasted one of the cigarettes. She liked the forest and fishing and camping too. She loved green light and leaves, so we'll call her Leaves. Angel loved video games. She had a Switch she took with her everywhere she went. They lived near a river, so that's how they bathed. If they were lucky, they could get a fire going to boil some water to get it hotter. She loved camping too, but usually just sat at the camp playing her video games. She liked ice, so we'll also call her Ice. Diana was tall and loved to sing. She loved Britain and fish and chips, Big Ben, the London Eye and Princess Diana, who is who Max named her after. She loved playing Mario Kart with Angel, and she loved playing as Baby Mario, but Angel usually picked Baby Luigi. Diana loved the idea of royalty and she hoped to go to heaven one day. They did go, but there was an earthquake that knocked Max out of heaven down to the dark mirror. Diana loved light, so we'll call her Light. Last but not least was Ellen. She also loved Mario Kart but preferred Smash Brothers. She loved her igloo and had posters of Justin Bieber all over her walls. Everything was made of ice, but it was the only conceivable place Max could think to go without the bad influence of the world. He also didn't like taxes, so that helped. Ellen conjured little icebergs and Mario characters no bigger than a thumb for Max and her sisters. Max kept them in a glass case in his room. Max was single. He felt like he didn't have time to date with all his children. Ellen loved shadows, so we can call her Ultraviolet, Blacklight, Shadow, Moon, or something like that. Max laid on the bed and looked up at the ceiling about 20 feet above him. He had white sock on, blue jeans, a white t-shirt, and as he took another toke of his ice cigarette he thought about what Kamina said. We're all inanimate objects who kind of came to life. No need to look at the beginning of the book, he said something like that. Maybe Max dreamt it, or the conversation was longer than we thought, who knows, man. Anyway, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Max took another hit of his ice cigarette. As he looked at the snowflakes in front of his face, the background blurred and he focused on the individual snowflakes. Some were spider webs. Some were spirals. Some were dragons or like Ouroboroses, some were horses or like ducks. Kids, we don't know how Maxie ended up here, but we know he'll get home one day. Max didn't like to be called dad like a modern Atticus Finch. He knew God was the only true father. Max picked up a book next to him. The Fault in Our Stars. He loved this book a lot. He read it to his kids. It's a heartbreaking tale about love, tragedy, and the value of strength and living without someone we love. He read the first chapter, noting the excellent vernacular, nice imagery, and interesting characters. The only difference was this was a fake story and that was real life. No, just kidding, we just love John Green. It's hard to know the difference between the real and the fake sometimes. Max began doing push-ups. He had a cross necklace and would blow fire at the fireproof wooden glossy panels. They were already burned anyway. Max could conjure about 20 feet of 3-inch fire. This was true of all his elements. Apparently aliens could conjure planet-sized fireballs. Max had a long way to go if he was going to save the Dark Mirror. But maybe there was a black silhouette half Earth under Earth, like two spoons touching, like these silhouette black tails. He might be able to make this place a utopia, with golden hotels, or like Ponyo, or like water, or like light, or like water, or like light. Kids, what did Maxie always tell ya, huh? Anything's possible with God. Max considered what his friends said. Get some sleep. We got an uphill battle tomorrow night, huh? Sorry guys, we'll have to sleep when the sun's out. Max thought with a quiet smile. His head was tilted down. He smoked his ice cigarette, then disappeared. Max was in a steel-walled gymnasium with glossy wooden panels, skinny, burned. Max was the greatest, but he remembered it all. People in heaven. He didn't remember any talking chains, no offense. He was attacked by blacktails and lost most of his ability to conjure great big firestorms, and instead was left with little fire strands or ropes. Max had a mansion with his kids in heaven. Sure, there wasn't ice, but at least there weren't taxes. He remember being at home one day with his dogs when suddenly there was an earthquake that knocked him off his hammock or like bed it's open-ended Yano. His cigarette fell out his mouth and the sky turned blood red and dripped blood like rain. The blacktails started attacking people and Max fought them with a lot of might but they overpowered him and he fell out of heaven like that old story of Lucifer in the Bible, but the difference was Max was a good man, no angel. So like Mario in Super Mario Galaxy he fell away and well, we know the rest of the story. He was near a broken fountain with chunks of the outer concrete edge missing that wasn't making too much water when the blacktails came and beat him up. At this point he lost a lot of his memories. Even now his memory wasn't very good, though through no fault of his own. They stole his stuff, his phone, his wallet, his earphones and left him with a huge wound through his stomach. With unbelievable strength he walked or like Yano, if it's too unrealistic we crawled or like Yano, it's just we're pretty sure we said walked at first, but no worries it's open-ended for a reason man. When the blacktails stole Max's stuff, they ran away so there was the Black Knight Street. The buildings all looked condemned, the wail of sirens slashed at the night sky like portals from Twilight Princess. But there was this enormous hotel that touched clouds that looked like it was made from solid gold. Max entered to a pleasant pop song about not being anxious about life and just shaking anxiety off. Nice song. But there he met Alexander, probably Alexander, who explained he was on Dark Mirror. As Max thought of all these things he practiced his martial arts but it just wasn't the same, his fire was so small now, his water was so small now, and he could hardly make an igloo with the amount of ice or snow he was making. Fire reminded him of Elizabeth. They were all his favorite in a way. She loved the unpredictability of fire. The warmth, the heat, the way it could light up any tundra. Poor Elizabeth. Even now Max wished Elizabeth could hear him so she could know everything would be okay in the end. How can we not talk about family when family's all that we got? God bless Wiz. Elizabeth, it'd be selfish not to think of her, we're not the best, it's just sometimes we get scared. Wicked people might ask why 7 girls, why not boys? As stupid as the wicked act it's strange they could even think of this question. Well, we wanted girls. We felt like it's what we wanted though we love men too, it's not that complicated at all, we might like girls more than boys probably that's it, we always have, just makes us happier we guess. Max's backstory is a little complicated. Max was also just a simple dog. But God raised him. The problem was God was poor too, no one knew he was God. Max was taught music and the hardships and difficulties of life. Max named Elizabeth after Queen Elizabeth II for she loved the Queen a lot. Sometimes things might not always make sense but that doesn't mean we shouldn't say it. In fact, it's the complete opposite. If we said things that always made sense how boring would that be? Max listened to Nightmare by Halsey while training. It's a really nice song about the tragedies of what society expects us to be and how if we break out of their mold we might make a self-empowered, self-loving anthem to our tragic, but beautiful life. Max loved to use chains to fight with little hooks at the end like the hookshot from Zelda. His chains were only 20 feet long now and very small but he made work on his little punching bags, piercing them, but letting the sands spill out almost like the sands of time that give us so much anxiety. Ice pellets flew fast enough to dig wounds, but not fast enough to go all the way through a target. Rocks were the same way, pebbles now, but no boulders. Fire was now thin and wasn't exactly cooking a steak or wagyu anytime soon. Water might make someone feel like they're drowning so it surely wasn't a pool. Max continued with fire, water, ice, rocks, chains, and the like for many hours. He was sweaty. He was kind of fat if you want to see it that way. Open rebukes nicer than hidden love, no offense, honestly, but Hollywood changes how these characters look so much anyway. We start to begin to wonder if it really matters. We could see Max as a little fat man, black, Mexican, Indian, whatever you want man you're cool. He could have average arms for real strength is God, magic, anime, and all that stuff you hear on the internet, but working out is surely good. it just is about health we guess, but magic lets us love all kinds of bodies. God bless Halsey and Colors, a nice and wonderful song about the tragedy of unrequited love and how we can love ourselves by learning from past mistakes to find better lovers and better futures. Max's earpods disappeared. Max began to shower in his hotel suite. He felt it wasn't cool enough, but he didn't have a choice, but he was grateful in a way. If this was old Max, he'd make a waterfall hot like a shower, or like go like that. While Max could still teleport, he couldn't affect such a great body of water anymore, so the waterfall would still be cold. He could transport to a hot spring, but he liked and loved showers a lot. Max liked and loved to sing in the shower and dance. He would listen to Taylor Swift. Panic at the disco, rap, didn't matter to him, he just loved life a lot. The water was cleansing, hot and gentle, like a hug from God, or like joy, or like joy, or like. Max loved to repeat himself. It seemed some human beings just didn't listen. The shower was hot and steamy, not like, in a fucking weird way or anything. It's funny how mean beings can shower all they want, but still feel dirty. The water rolled off his body onto the floor. No amount of water can clean a monstrous soul, maybe a dirty one. Probably only God could clean such a wicked soul, but still, water feels so good. Like Ellen White said, shower as much as possible, at least twice a week. Open rebuke's nicer than hidden love. Some fuckers out there might hear it and mock it, but just know showers were different back then compared to how they are now. He liked making his hair straight from water, for it was usually curly, right? What you know, right? He smiled. In a way, this was his internal dialogue. God bless Michael Scarn. He might even be the one writing this book. Water cleanses, water. Ashley was water. She'd like to become little puddle and just sleep all day, immune to cold, immune to not eating fish. Max loved Ashley a lot. She always had a chip on her shoulder comparing herself to her sisters. He loved them all equally. Ashley felt too tall sometimes. They were all married too. Max stayed single though, too much to do, but there wasn't marriage in heaven. You gotta understand, Max was just a father figure to the girls. It wasn't like that. Why, they were pups of the same litter, if you wanna see it like that. Lots of this is metaphor, so yeah. Anyway, fucking, the water ran down Max's body, but cleaned his soul as well. Nothing felt better than a nice hot shower, and Max knew that. He could stay in there forever, but it's hard to put ice or snow in hot water. Max stepped out the shower filled with joy, but optimism as well. The floor under his feet was upside down and kept flipping over until it knew it existed. Chains flew across the universes in his mind, slowly but like lightning too. Noless, a word Max made, a secret like his heart. Kidding, it means lightning. Max could flip his bathroom upside down as many times as he wants, but his rosary will keep falling onto his own shoulders. Fucking spin it one way, spin it the other. That's how he was. Infinite chains are a ladder in an ether we keep flipping or spinning, or like twirling or like swirling. All good is from God, so God bless God for thinking of this, not us, but in a way us for sure, cause God's way smarter than this. Max put on his boxers, basketball shorts, and a tank top. He laid on his bed and watched Inuyasha until he started playing Desire of Ages by Ellen White. He listened to it every night. It was 1 a.m., fucking humiliating. He thought he'd be up for way longer, but it's cool. Even better, he hated staying up, though he loved nighttime. Max woke up at 8 a.m. He had a digital alarm clock next to him, black with green numbers. It was 8 a.m. exactly. He blinked several times, trying to digest how grateful he was to see the day's light again. Light. Diana. Diana had a good husband. Max loved him a lot. He was a nice and successful man, a businessman, stocks and that. He wasn't the nicest though. None of their husbands were, so Max always had some resentment toward them for that. Diana loved light. She said dogs can only dance in the light, for without the light, what dog could dance? She loved to picture dogs dancing. She loved Chinese food, Dahakat, Agara Hills, and breaking her dad's heart. She had a chip on her shoulder like her sisters. She lied too much, Like chains flying across a universal white ether, she seemed to just go on autopilot sometimes, just going through the motions of life without stopping to think about how grateful she should be. She loved to dance, a silly girl. Daddy's little heartbreaker. Honestly, she got it from her dad, he was cold like her. Max thought of going to a store like Walmart and thought how funny it'd be to have a Walmart in his book, but he remembered, there were no Walmarts here. The golden hotels were safe havens made by God to help the oppressed, but they only ever went in sometimes, so aliens usually would inhabit them so they wouldn't be empty. Max teleported to what he thought a store might be on Dark Mirror, and what he saw was a bunch of rotten, nasty, mean, rude, and disgusting food with black tails everywhere. The clothes were rotted, there was dirt and filth everywhere. He thought this might happen, so he really came to practice his combat skills before the fight tonight. It was 8:50 a.m. Light was seen from the Golden Hotel, but Dark Mirror was consumed by a perpetual night. There were some lights in everywhere just so the blacktails could see how ugly they were, but that's it. Max sent some shotgun shots, sound barrier piercing supersonic waves made of negative ether, light and fire. Fucking, they seemed like they were in pain, but they could stretch out their arms very far like knives, so Max had to be careful or he might end up on a platter. Max liked to carry a little bottle of highly explosive and volatile bubble soap with a bubble wand for good measure. Tiny but effective. Not like the planets he blew in heaven, but he had to try. He got really close to a giant blacktail and blew the bubbles in its face and teleported away before they could pop or blow up. It was a small explosion, but it surely did some damage. Max could fly, and so he chose to because the floor was so disgusting. A blacktail sent its arm knife at him but leaned back in mid-air and dodged the attack. The arm made a U-turn and came toward Max. A fist formed out the arm like elastic and hit Max. He was winded, he didn't know how to dodge the second attack, so he just fell to the floor. It was covered in disgusting sludge and filth. It's hard to explain, it was surely damn disgusting in this store. Max wanted to subdue a dark tail before he left. He sent a water spear through one and it became like sludge, whereas they usually looked like a black light or like a hologram. Max almost wanted to wake up from a bad dream, but he knew this was no dream. Blacklight. Ellen. Now it's not that Ellen was particularly a fan of blacklight but shadows. She was fascinated by darkness and loved Shikamaru from Naruto. Shadow-type Pokemon and ghost types. She loved Pokemon Legends, Arceus. She was a silly girl who surely loved lasagna so much. Max loved her a lot, but she had a chip on her shoulder. About how she told her kids Max wasn't as good a person as he was, but she loved Max more than anyone. She'd even sin and love Max more than God, but Max knew even in those moments she was still a good person. It might not have been a sin necessarily, but it could surely prevent some happiness from shining in the clouds of the eyelids of the transparent white clouds, blue skies. Anime Ellen lays on the ground and wakes up under a tree and blinks her eyes to see Max smiling over her. When we blink a lot, we open the possibilities of raising children, feeling ground under our feet, and feeling the warm hug of a loved one, face to face, and heart to heart. Ellen loved chess and was a nice, cute, bubbly girl. Max loved her a lot. Max remembered when he fell out of heaven how he reached for kids. They held each other at the ankles like a human chain and reached out to grab him, but as the chunks of ground fell out of heaven, Max fell out too. He fell like lightning onto the dark mirror. The semi-sphere waterfalling earth that floated in the middle of outer space. Other lightning bolts fell to heaven, but Max didn't know who they were. He doubted anyone else could make it in such a nasty place, though he didn't think too highly of himself. Maybe he deserved it. Max thought all these things while fighting the blacktails in that abandoned Walmart. Max's eyes began to glow, but he didn't know why. A gauge was in the bottom left of his vision. Max unleashed such a vicious fireball he eviscerated the entire Walmart. We see, it's like a fighting video game. If we fight long enough we can get some of our power back. Well, that's nicer than one. Still, this is nothing compared to the power we had. We'll have to use this smartly. There might be a time limit on it, so it might have been nicest we used it right away. The Dark Tails were terrified, so they brought out fireproof shields. Conjurers, for fuck's sake. Look how we don't even know if we should quote man, 'Cause it's us. Max. Anywho. Max sent a lightning bolt at one and they all let out a lot of moans. They were terrified, they couldn't comprehend how we used electricity, and fire. There must be a timer to their conjure ability, they probably assign who they should fight then. Too bad we can conjure anything we want. They began to laugh. Max assumed it was because his electricity attack wasn't very strong. Max teleported back to Golden Hotel, but God forced the monsters to keep laughing because it aggravated them. Max began playing Breath of the Wild. He loved this game. It taught him a lot about adventure, patience, love, and hope. Golden hotels, they aren't heaven, but in a way we know they're nicer and neater for it's God's will. We just wish we knew this happened, but life comes with its fair share of difficulties. Dark tales, giant, seemingly smart beings who live to only hurt and destroy good things, sounds a lot like the wicked, but even so, we know the wicked went to hell where they turned to ash, or they might not have, but no, these aren't human beings, they're just monsters. They seem to be able to conjure power-deflecting items to fight the aliens, but, with our power to conjure any power, we don't know if it'll be so effective. Pain, those things look like they're in pain. They give on groans, moans, like zombies. Quotes are funny, haha, God bless em. A fashion alien came up to Max by the pool. A walking shirt. Hi Max. We figured you were kinda lonely, so we thought we'd say hi. Our name's Eliza, we love music, dancing, ellipses, dyeing our hair, and of course, fashion. Nice woman. She looked so pretty, like a human being, but her true form was a shirt. These are our friends Max. Max introduced himself, a pair of pants, nice man. Ironed and all of, dat. Jason was a jacket. Lacey was a hairband, hard covered in cloth, that kind. She looked nice. Honestly, we wish we were a hairband, we bet she makes hair look great. Eliza was a ponytail. And Joy was a pair of Ray-Bans. They were regular sized, but they knew what Max was thinking and became huge. Then small. Lovely human beings. Max began to cry, they felt for him. Max was so happy whenever anyone did the right thing. They all hugged. Joy said, we're not really fighters, though we know how to fight, we specialize in repairing clothes, if you wanna see it that way, no offense, making armor, and making clothes enhance with magic powers. That's cool, Joy. Well, hey, do you guys think you could make me the magic armor from Twilight Princess, also the Zora suit from that game? Please. Max said. Sure. Jason replied. He continued. We really admire what you're doing, Max, you're like Ong Man, but like with everything ever, isn't that such a good show? It really was. It really is. We love Avatar, the live action is to die for. Who's your favorite character, man? Max replied. Jason said Sokka, he's so dumb, but he's so fun, ya know. We love him. He really could make or break the whole show. Max knew in that moment these were the realiest beings this side of a golden hotel. So true, Jason. Look, no offense, but no one looks like a human in heaven, right? Max asked earnestly, kindly, nicely, and neatly. Right? God does, but there were some humans, but they also fell down here to the dark mirror, though they look like holograms, but we don't know how come that came to be. Max wept. He hugged them and teleported onto the roof of the Golden Hotel. There was a diving board and a pool on the floor. He was in the cumulus strata state. He jumped, his fat jiggling, and did flips all the way down to the pool like lightning, and landed so hard he knocked all the water out the pool 10 feet in the air, then it all landed back in. Max ate a pizza and asked the other Max, hey Max, great name by the by, do you guys eat? Max asked timidly but humorously. The other Max said, we can, but we have to become human beings, we don't actually need food, we do sleep though and feel pain though, we can choose to feel pain, but we can't choose to not feel it for too long. Max thought to himself, wow. The power to feel no pain, what an amazing pair of pants. The other Max became a person. Hey Max, why do you think all of this is happening? Yano, it seems kinda harsh, we know God's right, but you're a smart man and we wanted your insight. Pants, Max said. Max replied, well, we know God's always right, he must be trying to tell us we would assume some human beings who are meant to go below might seem like they're above but they're not, 'cause we had no clue who you guys were. We knew some of those beings, we know they weren't actually the nice, neat, swell, polite beings they said they were. To some this could be a hard pill to swallow, so now we must suffer, for their sins, just like God suffered for us. The clothes were impressed to say the least. They swam in the heated pool indoors until they teleport out pool and all, and it began to snow. Runaway by Aurora played. To this day, this is one of Max's favorite memories, swimming with those clothes, kinda like a huge washing machine. No matter how hard life gets, we always have our friends and family. Eventually, they got out, dried off, laughed some and teleport out. It was 3 p.m. Max went to a dojo where he met some talking swords. It reminded him of Ranma or like Kaze no Stigma or like our on high school host club. Max put on kendoji, kendo, clothes and bowed to the swords. Apparently they're wooden swords as children but become steel when they're older. The swords became human beings and began sparring with Max using wooden swords. They fought intensely. Max's large weight didn't make him sluggish or slow at all, though sometimes he wished he was skinnier. He just thought it was humorous, that's why he looked like that. They were expert sword users. The kendo masters had much to teach Max of stance, power, control, and how learning the sword was like learning God, for God was also a sword, or like pants, or like shirts, or like socks, or like fire, or like water. Fire, poor Elizabeth. She always had a hard time listening to Max in school. Max taught his kids with God, he homeschooled them. She liked to make mean, rude jokes with her sisters. During these times she lost her powers and often became rude, nasty, and even unbearable. Max loved her all the same. He knew when she came around they were honest conversions. Water. Ashley was even meaner than Elizabeth. She had a really mean, rude, impolite, and bad temper, and sometimes was arrogant and narcissistic. She could be a bad influence on these clothes human beings. She was a nice, neat girl, but lacked proper discipline and true love. Max still missed his kids. It was for the best this happened. If it didn't, he didn't know if his kids would ever open their eyes to the severity of sin. Not to say they couldn't make it to heaven, but just today they could be infinitely better. The sword fighters were building up a sweat. We wrote this like, no helmets, then we were like no helmets, but now we're like, helmets, like halfway through or like something like that. Max took his helmet off and squirted water all over his face from his squirt water bottle. Andrew walked up to Max and placed his right hand on his right shoulder. Max sat looking at the backyard on the wooden floor with his feet on grass while Andrew stood up. Max, you did a really nice job. Your skills are to be envied surely. Keep up that way, son, and you'll be a master. We don't want to say in no time this road's difficult and filled with pain, hardships, and the difficulty of being a real samurai. Andrew said. Thanks, Master Andrew, that means a lot, sir. Andrew was at least 200 years old, Jack was 23, and John was 16. Jack and John were Andrew's sons, though we knew what this actually meant. God made all these beings for there's no sex. The backyard was beautiful. It looked like the backyard from Ranma. There was a giant pool, nice green cut grass. There was a koi pond. A shishi odashi, a clacking bamboo on rock that hits the rock when it fills up with water. There were many giant empty green grassy fields that people practiced kendo in. Now to enter this place we went to Andrew's room, which was a portal to this area. It's not exactly heaven, for we had to think it up, whereas heaven is things God made. Max missed Diana. She was a good dog but often misled. She fell in love with the vanities of the world, fame, money, flattery, glazing. She often left the ways of God for frivolous living and sinful folly. Max always prayed for that dog. She loved persimmons. She could grow the sweetest persimmons and Max loved eating them and she loved eating his apples. She made sweet tangerines, oranges, orange juice, grapes, blueberries, honeydew. She loved walking barefoot on grass. She loved stepping on apples to make apple sauce and apple juice. She was a nice, loving, and kind girl. Max prayed for her. Max also thought of Elizabeth, how much she loved Unravel 2, a video game about two yarn guys, though they never finished it. She loved Britain and spaghetti with lots of cheese. Smart girl, she also loved cheesy garlic bread. She loved to write stories on her MacBook and play Paper Mario, The Thousand-Year Door. She loved to read Job, Psalms, and Song of Songs. Surely and truly a dog among pups. She probably lied too much. She smoked and drank, but that wasn't as bad as she thought. She loved to play basketball with her sisters and to go to baseball games. We teleport and we made money through stocks and crypto, plus this stuff was in heaven. Elizabeth always wished to be a Goomba when she was younger, just a walking talking shiitake mushroom. Max always said he'd eat her up. She was shy and anxious about so many things, but she had her own life, and she had a good one. Now she was in heaven, but Max was on Dark Mirror, the post-apocalyptic half-Earth, though Max knew Earth was usually round, with waterfalls falling off the edges. The golden hotels were impossible to see from space. From space it just looked like black silhouettes of buildings with water falling off the sides, but it just might sparkle to indicate there's just the smallest amount of hope there. Poor dogs, they were better than they thought. They were too hard on themselves. They often said sorry. They liked to be dogs and run and race each other. Nothing wrong with dogging or dogging either way. Max always thought of those dogs. He didn't have much else in this world. He had 7 dogs, some crystals, Pokemon card. No lol, he loved those dogs, but he had a lot, but in a way those were his only friends. Everyone else in heaven seemed more unreliable, and he'd never met the aliens. Money can never fill the void of true love and friendship. Max missed heaven, playing Quidditch, playing with dogs, hoverboarding, but now he was still in heaven in a way, but a crueler heaven, an uglier one. Poor dogs, a phrase Max said often, never giving themselves enough credit. Elizabeth, Ashley, Alexandra, Lindsay, Angel, Diana, and Ellen, the 7 dogs of Max's heart, one for every day of the week. Poor doggies, they always tried their best. Meanies denounced them so much, calling them goody two-shoes or whatever that means. He loved those dogs, soft shampooed fur, always smiling, biting shoes and feet, sleeping, running, swimming, good dogs, just a little misled and lost but his friends at the end of the day. Poor dogs. Max prayed for them, for Satan has asked to sift them like wheat. Those dogs cried, they languished in anguish, they didn't know why the world was so cruel, but they did their best, and at the end of the day that's all that really mattered. Poor dogs. Max was always saddened by animal abuse. Animals are our best friends. They offer comfort, cozy cuddles, soft shampooed fur. You can lightly bite them, you can kiss them, you can hold them, rock them, make them dance, dress them up, put sunglasses on them, a shirt, make them DJ, ha 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 ha. You gotta love animals. To Max the saddest thing is when a dog cries, cause you can tell they're trying to be so strong during it. They're so confused and hurt. He loved dogs. There were an infinite amount of dogs in heaven. Poor dogs. It surely was a dog-eat-dog world. In a way Max wrote this book for his children so they'd learn to do the right thing. Poor dogs. God, Max's heart was broken. He might as well change the name of the book to Dempo. Poor dogs. Max hit his ice cigarette. He blew our carriages, TVs, Link in iron boots fighting Wolfos in ice cavern, and Naruto eating ramen. He liked to make little snow figures his ice smoke, though it was more like ice particles. Max passed his cigarette to Andrew, Jack, and John. Bear in mind guys, John was 16. But it was more like candy than a cigarette. Don't smoke, kids, and don't let fucking idiots tell you an ice cigarette is a cigarette. Well guys, Max said. He got up and put his fist into his open hand and kept the hand flat and bowed to show dignity and respect. "You've taught me so much, we thank you for your kindness, niceness, neatness, swellness, polite manners, and hospitality." They bowed back. "You're welcome back here at any time, Max. See you tonight at the warehouse." "Good luck, son," said Andrew. They walked toward each other and group hugged for a while. Max wept. They smiled at each other, then Max vanished. It was now 5 p.m. Max went to a beach. He met a talking beach ball, a talking volleyball, a talking umbrella, a talking beach towel, and tons more people. The kids were sand buckets, sand pails, sand cookie cutters, and little sand hand shovels. At that moment a beautiful woman walked up to Max. Her name was Jackie. "Hi," she said. She was so excited and happy she kinda screamed. Max looked up, his large stomach scorched from the heat of the summer Sunday. "Hi. Our name's Max. What's your name, cutie baby?" "Jackie." "So, come here often?" Jackie said. She was so nice. She was smiling and winked when she said often. "No, we just got here. Have you been here before?" Max said. He smiled. It seemed Max fancied Jackie, but let's watch. "We just got here," Jackie said, smiling, but then she began to cry. Max's heart broke. Jackie sat on his lap. We were in heaven, but ya know that earthquake happened and we fell out, but actually now that we think of it, we've been here a few times, we've been here some weeks." Max believed her, but he thought the earthquake had happened so recently, he was confused. "That happens to me too, memories come and go," Max said. Jackie replied. "God said this would happen, we went back to earth as punishment for not being grateful enough in heaven. He also said you'd go later, but he couldn't tell you, but he made it clear we'd come back, and it wasn't just as punishment, but he was trying to prove evil was worse than we knew, just like good was better than we knew." Max was heartbroken. Such a beautiful girl in such an evil place. Max said, "Jackie, if we had to guess, you've been too afraid to go in the golden hotels. Tell me, Jackie, why are you afraid of those scumbags? Blacktails are nothing more than monsters who think they're Jesus Christ himself. They're nothing to be afraid of." Jackie was crying. "We know, it's just, we feel like sometimes we might love our own family more than God, which feels right. We know it can't be that bad, in a way it's good, that's what God would say just to be nice, but we lose our rock when we lose God." Jackie was crying a lot and hugging Max. Max pitied her. They kissed. There wasn't kissing in heaven, but Max assumed it was okay down here. Max wasn't the best, which is why he ended up here. If he made any more mistakes, they'd be his to make. "Listen, Jackie, we know we're not in heaven, so it might be okay." Jackie kept crying. Max felt bad for her. "Listen," Max said. "We love and like you a lot. Platonically and romantically, it's just we want to make sure it's okay with God." But Max had a feeling God didn't care. So long as they weren't in heaven, he couldn't see why at least kissing was wrong, and so they did kiss, and they kissed a lot, and Max told Jackie about himself. Jackie told Max about herself. She said, "On this hot summer day in the hotel room of a beach towel. Our name's Jackie Johnson, we went to Connecticut College and majored in art. It was in a town called New London. We smoked and drank, but we made sure to go to church, read our Bible, do mission trips, and help the poor. But, we never fell in love, just meaningless affairs that meant nothing. We're sorry. Max. We love you, and no sex is fine, we just feel like it's hard to tell someone we love you without sex, but we know that's our fault, not God's." Max replied, "Listen, Jackie, we're sure sex with a pretty woman like you would be fucking unbelievable cool and good, but, you know God's rules about monogamy and that, we're already such a sinner. We already know we're not going to be the monogamous husband you want. We can only imagine the difficulty of being monogamous, that's why we prefer being a virgin." Jackie replied with a smile, "Well, we can still kiss as friends." She was very close to Jack's mouth. She said that with a smile. She inched closer toward him while speaking, and then they made out again. Max wasn't the best, but God was, so he let it slide. To God, he thought, one man one woman makes sense. Though it hadn't been this way always, for better or for worse. Kissing surely wasn't sex. Max was just confused, but surely felt a little sexist. But wouldn't it be bad if he was okay with Jackie kissing other men? Wasn't it more acceptable for a man to do it than a woman? Max wasn't the best, but it wasn't sex, and it wasn't going to be, so we don't know how it's cheating if there's no sex and the women know. Poor twisted human heart, swayed by the simplest things. Room for one please, a little white man said. Oh. It's you. Dear, why it's. The little white man pointed both his thumbs at himself. When we say little white man again, we mean like the God from FMA. Jesus Christ, baby. Alex ran from behind his desk in front of Jesus, who backed up and bowed down. Lord. To what do we owe this great honor today, Your Highness? We came to see a certain Maximilian Hillian. We heard he's committing adultery on the beach. God said and smiled at the end of his sentence. He smiled more and pointed his thumb at his teeth. Smile. Surely you jest, Lord. Folly, yes, but adultery is sex, isn't it? Alex said. He laughed. We guess you're right, Alex. Should we take the elevator or just like, poof, Yano? God was smiling when said just like. He pointed both his thumbs at himself, and when he said Yano he tucked his checkmark thumb and index under his white chin. Well, there's nothing wrong with exercise, sir. Can you believe Max? He's so big he might keelhaul any moment. Alex said. He had a posh voice. He was kinda like that examiner from Hunter x Hunter, the one who made them run for miles. God stopped smiling and frowned, but then smiled again, this time with teeth, then laughed. Alex, man, don't fat shame, he said with a frown. No, but he looks good, right? Very good, sir. Those are my apologies, dearest, smallest Jesus Christ. Here's a room key, Jesus, you go right on up. Alex said. Thank you, Jesus said, letting the key dangle in his right hand while he held it up. He swung the key, which looked like a traditional key and a keycard on a keychain, while dancing and whistling over to the elevator. He pressed the elevator button and smiled and laughed while waiting. He hit the e-cigarette and said, "Don't discriminate, kids." When he said kids, he gave a thumbs up. He said it as if he was looking at a camera. He walked in the elevator, turned around, smiled and waved at everyone. They all screamed positive compliments at him. The doors closed, then the screen went black. Jesus was like 3 feet tall. He usually looked like a human, but he liked to look like this as a joke. He took another hit of his ice cigarette. Ice was the best flavor, blueberry. He was disappointed in MX. But what could be done? Plus Max was usually a pretty nice person. The elevator could move like lightning, so Jesus arrived. The elevator began to smoke and he was disappointed. We need to fix that. So weird. But technically we did it on purpose, cause we thought it'd be funny to annoy people who are too picky. But how can it move so fast? Isn't that dangerous? Jesus thought in a mocking voice. That's the point, guys. Jesus didn't curse cause he was better than us. Jesus exited the elevator door and coughed as he waved smoke away from where a nose would be. We wish we cursed. We don't, but we just pity people. No, it's not the worst thing at all, but it's wrong. Jesus walked down the corridor until he found the door he was looking for, but unlike all the doors, this one was opened with a sign that said "Welcome," stitched like embroidery in a frame hung on the door, red yarn over white cloth. The door was a portal that floated about a foot over a sandy beach. There were tons of people, though they looked like people. They weren't actually people. There were vaults, tables, desks, pens, pencils, anything you could think of, really. They were just chilling. They don't really eat, so no one was barbecuing or anything, but we know there was one Homo sapien there, and Jesus could already smell the ribs. Max was cooking with Jackie, and Jesus set foot on the sand and waved and chatted with people while walking. "Hey Jesus." JC. Little white guy, the last one was a human being. Jesus talked to lots of people before eventually get to Max, but when he got there he said, "Hi Max." "Who's she?" Max closed the door on the grill, ran over to God and hugged him. God also became fat in pity to Max. "She's Jackie," she said. "She's been here a few weeks and she's come to this beach a few times. It's such a coincidence, whenever the towel people throw these parties is when she comes." Max said. Jesus said, "That is quite the coincidence indeed. Jackie, tell me Jackie, is there anything we can do to help you feel better? It seems like you've been sad." Jackie hugged God. "Can we get some dogs? We love dogs." Jackie said. Just then 20 dachshunds from pups to elders spawned on the beach's hot tan sand. "If it's dogs you want, then dogs you will get." God took a bite of a hot dog. "Anyway Max, you know if you kiss one woman, you should only kiss one woman, but we know women can be cute, not for me though, we're better than everyone obviously." God said. "Obviously, so God, how long do you think it'll take to get everyone back to heaven?" Max replied. God said, "Who knows?" He looked genuinely concerned and deep in thought. He continued, "We intend or like purpose for you guys to learn from this, or like come back. This is a more limited heaven but more blessed in a way, for pain is a blessing. Max, we only came to encourage you to keep up the good work. Unfortunately not everyone will pass our test or like get back to heaven." "God bless you fatty." Max replied, "God bless you too fatty." They hugged and Max laughed while he said it. "We love you God," and they all group hugged. Then Jesus vanished. Max and Jackie continued to talk until the food was done. Jackie had some friends show up. Men and women. They were all actually human beings: Brad, Peter, Edward, Tommy, Haley, Jessica, Maddie, Cassie, Kayla, William, Stephen, Jose, Tracy, Stacy, Marilyn, Diamond, Olivia, and Ruby. "Nice to meet you. Our name's Brad. What's your name?" Max replied. "So tell us guys, how are we feeling, fellow youths?" "We're all right," Peter said. "We heard of you Max, you were a big deal in heaven. As bleak as God describes the situation, we might be the only people to do the right thing. Nice to see you." And Jackie hit it off. Like an anime, all the men started to cry waterfalls in a comedic manner. "You know Max, we tried hitting on these girls but it seemed like they all liked you." Like an anime, they stopped crying and they all had tuxes on and held bouquets of flowers. "Our true love is God anyway, and it's even better because romance distracts from the love, kindness, justice, and beauty of God," the men said in unison. "Anyway Max, we'd love to stay but we just wanted to help the girls get to know you." The men then left the Golden Hotel. Envy probably got them. They continued to fight the Blacktails, but who knew if they'd build up the courage to just leave and come back to Golden Hotel. Max blushed. This was a lot of women. It was kinda like Drake and Josh. "Hey guys!" the women all screamed excitedly. Max did notice the men kept flickering. Being a man is a difficult thing. These women didn't flicker, but God, they did bigger. "He likes me most, Yano," Cassie said with a smirk. "To you. He obviously likes a girl with a more petite body. No offense Cassie, you're cute to other less awesome men, we're sure." Tracy smiled really big at first when she said this, then tucked her thumb and index under her chin like a checkmark. Marilyn said, "You're lucky there's no sex or you guys wouldn't have a chance." Max wept. "Guys," he said laughing. This was also a reason Max always stayed single. It seemed so women fancied him, he'd feel bad to only choose one, but without sex. Max was willing to trifle. "We love you guys all equally. We don't know if kissing should be a thing." The women started to cry and Max felt for them. Crush by Tessa Violet started playing on a speaker nearby. Jackie motioned that she wanted to talk. She said, "Max, we know when we speak for all of us." And the other women agreed with nodding. "We don't have to kiss, but no, we don't like anyone but you. Should we lie? Liking the same man can't be a sin, right?" They all agreed, "But we don't need to type it 'cause we feel like the audience kinda gets it, Yano." "Well, I like and love all you guys, you're not wrong, but I am, so let that punishment fall on me." We feel like we'll just end up kissing later, so we might as well do it now. Then Max was a really bad person and made out with all of these cute ladies. Cassie motioned that she wanted to talk and everyone motioned and nodded to give her the floor, their attention, and the mic. Cassie said, "Look Max, we feel like we speak for all of us when we say." And the other nice women agreed. Cassie continued, "We don't want to lie, but we can pretend we're just friends if you feel it's immoral or God, people are sensitive, open relationships are a thing, right?" Cassie said, and everyone agreed. Max, like, dating shows the man dates all the women then picks his favorite, we could do something like that. Everyone laughed. What a nice, neat, swell, polite, good, and great idea. Then at the end I'll Max pointed up. He winked. Pick our favorite woman, perfect. This wasn't Jesus's favorite thing, but it wasn't a sin because he didn't know it was sin, plus polygamy used to be considered okay, so that might have been why Max thought he was smart. No. Honestly, Jesus was completely fine with it. It wasn't sex, so at the end of the day what was there to really say? So this might not keep coming up. God bless the church, Christians, the Bible and Crush by Tessa Violet. Little baby sand pails and sand castles. As people. Hilarious. Max already knew what they looked like, but he was just fucking around. So contestant number 1. Why do you think we should be your special chocolate man who's best friends with talking towels and towel accessories? Well, Jackie said we love washing machines, detergent, little towels, towel accessories. King of the hill in a way. Open rebukes nicer than hidden love. It's good but not for us, but we like the propane and propane accessories joke. We love Ghirardelli, Hershey's, Feastables, Ferrero Rocher, chocolate turtles, animals of all kinds that are chocolate, Skittles, being nice, neat, swell, polite, and confident. And we love you. Jackie screamed in joy at the last part. Max wept. Such a nice answer. You are a nice and beautiful woman, and they kissed. He had her stand behind a curtain to hide what she looked like as a joke. One could only see her feet, that's it. Contestant number 2, please step behind the curtain. Tommy stepped behind the curtain. Even though we could all see her, we could see her silhouette, but that's it. Contestant number 2, what's your idea of the perfect date? Max asked in a silly, deep voice. Well. Tommy started excitedly, she seemed so happy. Max clearly liked and loved her a lot. They were just kids being silly, nothing wrong with that, that's how he saw it. We'd love a walk on the beach at sunset while holding hands, chocolate and flowers would be so nice. She yelled in excited glee. Lay on the sand on warm day. Swim. Walk the Santa Cruz Pier. You win me some stuffed animals. Nothing crazy, we could just stay in 2 as long as I'm with you, silly. Tommy finished. Nice answer, Tommy. We also love chocolate and flowers, and nothing is more beautiful than the Santa Cruz boardwalk, especially at sunset. Very nice answers, contestant number 2. Max said. They kissed. Contestant number 3, please follow us, Max said, and he led them to the water. Do you guys have magic powers? He asked. They cried, they didn't. They smiled. It's okay because the true magic of life comes from true love. They all said in unison. Wow! Max exclaimed, he started laughing. You guys all said the same thing, ha ha ha. Max said. Well, we'll have to give you our powers. Max temporarily relinquished his abilities and gave them to Haley. Haley. We want you to make us an ice sculpture. They were standing in the water about knee height. Haley took a deep breath and held her right palm up. She wept. She was nervous and anxious. Her face looked calm until it got a little more intense. Then an ice origami swan appeared about 3 inches tall. Haley wiped her face with her right forearm and smiled. Sorry guys, we just felt like, insecure, like we wouldn't be able to make anything cool, ha ha ha. Get it? Cool. Ha ha ha, come on guys, chill out. Ha 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 ha. She was such a cute nice woman. Max loved her and her bubbly attitude. She had a cute bright blue bikini on. She was tall and blonde with an honest smile and blushy, rosy tan cheeks. Jessica, can you top Haley? There's only one way to find out, kiddo. Let's see what you got. Max said. He looked like anime-like. Phoenix, right, or like he pictured it at least. Anywho. Jessica took the power from Haley. They touched right palms, hands held high bent at the elbow. The ice power spiraled like snow around Haley's arm, then transferred to Jessica's arm. Jessica wept. She must have felt insecure too. But honestly, those were probably tears of joy. Jessica wiped her tears, sniffled, and they all hugged. It was a bright, sunny, hot day without a single cloud in the sky. There never was. It was just perfect beach weather. The kids were playing, building sand castles. People played volleyball. The idea of heaven being filled with awesome beings always made Max happy because it seemed so many human beings, multitudes, sadly enough, weren't going to make the cut. Perhaps human beings were too self-absorbed with their appearances. We gotta imagine it's gotta be easy to be humble if you're a little bucket or like pale. The water was so refreshing because it was so hot. Max was already black and he was definitely about to get a lot blacker. Whether we're black, white, brown, dark brown, red, or yellow, we all have value. For Max, he liked or loved his skin color and didn't intend nor purpose to change it. Jessica said, "All right everybody, it's time to show you guys the cutest little horse you ever did saw," she said with a Texan accent. She raised her right palm up, closed her eyes, and thought long and hard about what she thought the horse should look like. She stayed pretty calm the whole time. There's two kinds of people in this world, Yano, and poof. The horse appeared in her hand, cooling it to the touch. It was a beautiful little stallion. Jessica probably liked riding horses. Max knew that was a popular hobby back on Earth. It was going to be a hard choice, but Max had to give a point to both because he felt bad for them and he honestly felt they were both equally good. Max didn't want this to end. It was 7 p.m. but the rendezvous was at 2 a.m. but it was perpetual sun here. Max knew what he had to do. He had to convince the women to stay at Golden Hotel, stop sinning, and stay safe. Perhaps they wanted to help too much. Like the Talking Clothes said, battle is for those who are prepared for it. They were just bunch of nice, innocent women. They had no business being in this evil world, and they surely had no business in a fight between superpowered beings. They had no powers. Max led the girls to the shore. He got on his knees and prayed long and hard for the women to have powers. It'd be a nicer story for sure, and he knew it'd make them happy. He instructed them to all get on their knees and listen to his prayer to God, and they agreed. Max took a deep breath, wept, wiped his tears away, smiled. His eyes were closed the time. He instructed the women in a circle. They all held hands. They all wept, wiped their tears, and Max began speaking. "Dear God, please help us to find guidance in you. Let us get closer to you and feel closer to you as you test us. We pray we pass this test and every test you could ever give. We bless your holy, holier, and holiest name. We adore and worship the very ground you walk on." Like Mary Magdalene, we ask for powers for the women, not for combat, but just for fun, for recreation. We pray you give these women love and strength. We also pray for our daughters who are still above. Max screamed. At that moment God gave him confirmation his daughters were safe and in heaven. He cried a lot. At that moment his daughters appeared and they began to talk. Elizabeth, Ashley, Alexandra, Lindsay, Angel, Diana, and Ellen all appeared and they all cried loudly, but they smiled too. "Dad," they all exclaimed. They talked for a little just to confirm everyone was okay. He kissed them all on their heads, on the top, on the hair. They all hugged, then they vanished with God. At that moment the women began to glow, then they were consumed in fire, but wouldn't burn, then ice, then electricity, then water. Their prayer was answered. For Max's next test he was going to make the women do an avatar. the last airbender kinda thing where they choice one the 4 elements from the show Attack a Dummy. We know it seems contradictory, but it wasn't real combat Yano, in fact that's why Max picked it. Next up was Maddie, Cassie, Kayla, and Tracy for the 4 elements from Avatar, The Last Airbender. To Max's luck the 4 women all chose 4 different elements so it was more entertaining. Maddie picked water, Cassie picked fire, Kayla picked earth, and Tracy picked air. Max set up a scarecrow kind of dummy and Maddie went first. She sent a slightly bigger than a basketball-sized blob of water at the dummy's head and froze it once it was near the head. Nice man. So cool. Haha, get it, thought Maddie. We loved humor, condescending, sacraments, friends, and most importantly family. Next up was Cassie. She had a ring of fire spawn around the dummy's head about 8 inches from the head and 3 inches thick, then it closed in and left a ring burn mark around the dummy's head. Nice. Cassie said that was pretty hot, huh Max? Cassie said in a cute, sexy, humble, and awesome way. That was awesome Cassie. Good and great job lover. Max said in a nice, neat, swell, polite, happy, excited, manly, humble, brave, hopeful, and adventurous way. Kayla was next. Now, to us sand is earth, but if we remember correctly it wasn't in Avatar, so to stay faithful to the show Max spawned some rocks for Kayla, about 100. Kayla sent them high into the sky about 100 feet above the dummy, stacked them so that it looked like they were glued together, and brought them down with a loud and proud warcry. They fell super fast and hit the dummy so hard a long narrow hole was left with sand pouring into it like waterfalls. That wasn't too hard Max, love you baby. Max blushed. Kayla was such a sweet, innocent young woman. Way to go Kayla. You are a nice, sweet, beautiful, and wonderful young woman. That was really badass and tight babe. Good job again and seriously nice work. You're a serious legend round these parts partner. Max said. Thanks partner. Kayla bowed and Max put a cowboy hat on her and cowboy boots plus a lasso in her hands. She lassoed him, brought him close to her, and they made out. They blushed. They wept. They definitely and surely liked and loved each other a lot. Next up was Tracy, and her element of choice again was air. She stood in front of the dummy, took a deep breath. She sent wind crescents at the dummy like Kagura of the wind, but instead of a fan the wind was visible swirling around her. Then she shed it off and it hit with such mean, nice, ferocious force the dummy was cut to pieces but stayed in place, but the arms fell off. Tracy had freckles, she was wearing a cute white bikini, and she screamed for joy and jumped up for joy with her arms high and proud. She wept quiet tears of anxiety, but also joy. Tracy loved to dance, she was sisters with Stacy, they loved to dance and they loved hip-hop. They also loved footwear and anime. People gave Em a hard time for no reason, but Max really liked Em. That was a breeze. Tracy said in a flirty, cute, and sexy way. Max blushed. He laughed at all their jokes cause he thought they were genuinely nice, neat, swell, polite, and funny. Max conjured a fake mustache on him and all the women. They all laughed. He also gave them top hats, canes, and full suits. They danced around and talked in a silly fancy, posh, fancy pants, dumb way, and they laughed because that's what kids did. Max walked over to a baby and picked her up. People in heaven were literally that nice. Max, we'd be offended if you didn't pick up our little 4-year-old, said a pair of beach ball parents. They became beach balls and rolled over to me. They didn't have face or anything, but they saw our Charlie Chaplin show and put on fake mustaches and monocles, and tuxedos. They became human beings again and told us her name was Susan. Susan said, "Hi Max. Mom and Dad told us you're a big deal in heaven, and to God, why'd you lose all your powers Maxie, if you don't mind a smarter than you baby asking?" She wept. Sorry, like the Bible says, folly is bound in the heart of a child, but the rod of disciple drives it far away. If you love your child, give them the rod of discipline. If you denounce them, Spare them the rod of discipline. Discipline your child and save their life, don't be a willing party to their death. She cried a lot. Poor kid, what a sweet, tender, and mild little baby. She looked like a little god, like a little white guy, no offense we guess, fucking, then a little baby girl, then a little baby beach ball. Max wiped the tears off that little beach ball and kissed her. Max said, you know what else Proverbs says, you little baby genius boss baby. Open rebukes nicer than hidden love, why not look like a little baby girl? So meanies reading this don't give us a hard time, huh? Under the lighting sun, under the snowy icy cloudy snowing icy lightning sun, under the drowning snowing angelic snowing icy lightning icy snowing sun, under the lightning icy snowing angelic icy snowing lightning Sunday. Susan replied, we were so mad at first, Max, like life isn't hard enough, but you're right, we just feel it's cool how you always get a point across in only a few words, like all your books just use the same words over and over and over and over. And sorry. She wept. Max laughed. He tried not to curse around kids, but the parents were cool like that. Susan continued, she looked human when Max said so, but she was understandably frustrated. Who doesn't want to be a beach ball? That's why Max said those 4 sentences. Whenever Max said something he felt was hard to know or he felt might offend someone, he always said 4 sentences after to make it less offensive. Susan wept a lot. She felt really bad. Sorry, Max, we might have started rambling there. She smiled. Just kidding. We just know how much you pity and miss your daughters, and that's how they can act. We're 4. And even we know not to do that, but it's fine, right? Like, you don't make a 4-yo say even about herself. They keep going, Yako, the nerve, Yano, the nerve, it doesn't matter what age you are, forget man, you dat dog Max. Always have been though, to be fair. Max found his new favorite person. He kissed Susan a few more times and chatted with the family along with the ladies. Max and the women went to a bamboo forest and began cutting bamboo. Suzume, Feet Toka, by Radwimp started playing. Max had never heard of this song, but he quite liked it. It was 9 p.m. but it was a bright day, warm weather, overcast, at twilight, when the sky turns red like scarlet or like crimson. The sky, time was such an anxiety-inducing thing. Max didn't want to fail God's test, he just wanted to be with the girls like Sekire or Shuffle. Or Clannad or like Baka and test harems, Yano, but he knew he had to protect them. They cut the bamboo, the women were like Max. They could conjure whatever they wanted, but of course, again, it couldn't be for combat. The aliens could only make particular things, but they were really skilled at it. They spent time cutting down bamboo, petting pandas, and eating chow mein. Max cried. He was gonna miss the women, but what could he do? They'd be safe here. He felt like he was really getting through to them. Leaving the Golden Hotel wasn't an option. These dark tales, these seemingly intelligent monsters, these silhouettes, they were just that, figments of our imaginations, fake, fiction, not exactly, but without love we're no one. It seemed almost no human beings would be nice and stay in the Golden Hotels. Human beings were always in and out, but Max talked to some people earlier on FaceTime. It seemed as if they'd do the right thing. Olivia D already left, so afraid of beings who can't really even hurt us, a strange notion to Max. But he brought the women here to cheer them up about not being able to fight. Perhaps if they trained enough one day they could fight, though again, it wasn't the most enviable position. Max's phone began to ring. It was Olivia. She was covered in dirt and rags. She was also wounded. She was with a chess alien. Apparently, the Dark Tales had chess proofing, so they had to resort to swords. This was the way it usually went. The appropriate attribute did more damage, but the Dark Tales were able to defend against that, so we'd wait for their shield gauge to deplete, or bring other aliens, as they could only defend against one thing at a time and try to switch opponents. The Dark Tales weren't too idiotic, however, but always made it a point to try to stay with whoever they were fighting. As they cut bamboo they wept some for Olivia, she was mean for leaving, but the fact of the matter was it seemed she wanted back in the Golden Hotel. The chess aliens used chess pieces as bullets essentially, but when the shields went up they switched to swords and handguns. They were seriously injured but Alex could help with that. There was a copy of Alex in every Golden Hotel like Nurse Joy or like Officer Jenny. It wasn't different Alexes, it was the same Alex. We guess he'd take time to get memories from every Alex every night. It was kinda over our head but even so. Max was glad for Olivia, platonically though, it was hard to be attracted to a woman who didn't know self-worth. God bless. Runaway by Aurora played. To say sorry Olivia had some friends, the men from earlier plus she'd made friends with the chess aliens Keith, Carrie, James, Firebeam, Snowball, Starfire, and Blizzard. We. Kamina. Simone. Abejuk, and ourself, Max, teleport outside to retrieve everyone we requested sled and car aliens because one cannot teleport into the Golden Hotel if they're wounded or in mean or like rude or like impolite condition. Max wept a lot. He was comforted, people already knew why he was so depressed and anxious, he missed his friends Jackie and Dem, another dark tale, great. Max wanted to handle it alone but Abeja punched him so hard he flew Earth, the darker part of Dark Mirror down through space through the boundary of the universe like a ripped hole through the top of the boundary of the universe, through outer space again, back down to Dark Mirror and left a hole next to the hole that he just left. He laughed. Magic had its limits, he intended to fix the holes in the ground as a joke, but he didn't want to exhaust himself. Max created a flame dagger and flew toward them thrusting at them and burning them some. They howled and groaned with very deep voices. They grabbed Max's ankle, with a black slimy, tentacle, kind of appendage then smacked him on the ground back and forth, leaving holes in the ground. He was hurt a lot but he wasn't weak by any stretch of the imagination. He was cutting at the tentacle where his ankle was held with his fire dagger. It was kinda like a video game. Damage wasn't exactly visible, instead the attack went through and the black tail flashed red when hit. They also had life bars if you focused hard enough. All the women left the Golden Hotel. Max was let down but he wasn't too surprised. The human heart is a picky fickle thing. The men and Olivia also left. So what was the point? Was it just for them we did this? Was it not also for us? If they ever came back would not these words surely testify against them if they ever claimed they were flawless? That's why Max loved his kids, they proved someone could stumble but still manage to do the right thing. He also loved the aliens for the same reason, but he thought of his kids first for a reason. Max was crying and grunting out of his closed teeth. He also was screaming and yelling at the dark tail. He was in a lot of pain, but he was used to it. His cross necklace swayed with inertia and blood, his white shirt, and blue jeans dirted. The black tail flung him at a brick wall, he wanted to be mad at Abeja for hitting him, that's why he lacked energy, that's why he was getting beat up, it was his own fault for having so much pride. He sent lightning bolts at the black tail, he was glad there was only one. One could get so angry they start thinking there's more enemies than there are. It put up electricity resistance. Max figured as much and sent fireballs at it. They did a nice amount of damage, the black tail laughed, arrogant. Kamina sent drills at it. Simone too, it was nearly out, but it sat down, but started regaining health. Abeja sent feathers at it, it kept getting close to a lower amount of health, but it wouldn't deplete. Simone teleported above it and with the loudest warcry you ever heard and with the most serious face you ever saw he sent a huge drill on it. The sleds and cars arrived. There's no way we were teleporting to Golden Hotel so we started making our way out. Simone hit that damn thing so hard, white beams of light, started to break out it like pepperjack or like a strainer, it exploded and left sludge everywhere. Good work everyone, it looks like Olivia and the men won't be coming, but we did our parts. Screw 'em. Kamina said. Goddamn ingrates, just 'cause we can heal doesn't mean the memory of pain does. True enough, said Abijah. Well, Abijah's phone rang. It was God. Hey Abijah. God laughed. How ya doing, buddy? We're nice, God. Just helped some fucking losers and took out another blacktail with Max. How come, what's up, JC? Abijah seemed angry. Who wouldn't be? It looked like the women were on their way back to Golden Hotel, so no need to be too angry. They heard of everything that happened here. That's the thing about helping. You never know who will be helped. He also sounded very serious, but earnest, and curious too. No rendezvous tonight. Jesus flipped the camera and showed 20 blacktails with life bars at 0. One could see the empty bars hanging over those poor bastards. Looks like God already handled it. Abijah was stunned. God. We don't understand why you didn't let us do it. Don't endanger yourself like that. He began crying. That was no way to speak to God. Max said, that's what you get for hitting me so, flipping flopping flapping flipping florping fleeping. Abijah knew. Max didn't need to say it. He might have went too far. He wept. Anyway. Abijah, you gotta understand, we do whatever we want. We did it mostly for Max because we knew he wanted to spend time with those ladies he liked. Had they not done the right thing, well, honestly we're sure he could have just found new human beings, but we're glad either way, and hey, less controversy, right? Anyway, we love you guys. Everyone was stunned. Father and Spirit appeared walking over the blacktails' bodies. Everyone bowed. You kids get home safe. Father said. We'll see you guys later, huh? Added Spirit. More blacktails appeared. We didn't want to lie, we knew they were fine. God bless M. They started fighting M. Jesus smiled big at the camera with his teeth all showing, then started making anime silly faces. Faces that aren't possible on earth, but heaven. Later. They all said in unison. Well guys. Simone began saying. We can also call Kamina and Simone Kyle and Preston respectively. Copyright, we don't know, better safe than sorry, but we know they're cool. Great show, man. Looks like we can finally get out of here. Max, we're glad your friends came around for you. They're not our favorites, but they are really nice. We love M and pray they convert even more than they have. Seriously, you'd be dumb not to love M. God bless guys, me and Kamina are heading out. Simone smiled while wringing his coat out and they vanished. Abijah said, well guys, we gotta go do angel things, you understand. He smiled and threw up a peace sign and a silly face, then vanished. The cars and sled said. Well Max, we can still take you, buddy. Max agreed and they went back to Golden Hotel. This chapter was initially called Bizarre Blizzards because we felt Max's gauge should fill up, then he'd use a huge blizzard to eliminate or take out lots of mean ol blacktails. But we felt letting Preston do it was a humbler, nicer choice. Blizzard was a chess celestial though, a nice, neat, swell, polite, cool, haha, and kind woman. We find it bizarre meanies don't like the word celestial, so there we go. No kidding. Blizzard is a sweet, pretty, beautiful, and awesome woman. We could just picture multiple copies of her because Blizzard is plural. She did have a twin Snowball, so there you go. Also again, God bless Keith, Carrie, James, Firebeam, and Starfire. Bizarre blizzards, more like awesome and wonderful blizzards. Or like people are cool, man, bizarre blizzards, still so true because the blizzard is really the fight we have in our heart between fighting, repentance, forgiveness, and friendship. Bizarre indeed. Bizarre blizzards. Okay, next chapter, voracious volcanoes. Whether it goes how we think or not, we're sure it'll be fine. God bless. Chapter 2, Voracious Volcanoes. Max was in his room, the women left again, poor bastards. But, he still had his daughters. It wasn't all like that anyway. The way they treated each other, the envy, wasn't his favorite. Now we can sit here and blame Max for being a womanizer, but in his head he just felt bad for them, who knows. Fuck the ops man. Fuck M. He admired his room. The beautiful wooden kitchen doors. The huge TV. The pool on the balcony. Sex was a fickle thing. Aliens didn't have sex. Human beings did. It made them mad in a way. Unable to think clearly. But their desire for romance and affection, we felt, wasn't wrong. Max wept for them. They'd never believe it, but even now he felt bad for them, but what could he do? Some human beings felt more comfortable being aliens, so if you're wondering where they went, like some men for example, for it seems the women might be nicer than the men, but we know all are created equal. Max loved the idea of love, but for now he was okay with being by himself. Aliens weren't into that, and for that he appreciated them. Max started playing Super Smash Bros. Melee, his favorite video game in a way. There were so many great games. The other Smash games, Kirby, Mario, Zelda, Halo, COD, he loved Melee for he felt it taught him a lot about life. The game was made kind of by accident, with some of the most difficult, yet rewarding mechanics. It taught him a lot about patience, victory, niceness, neatness, swellness, friendship, power, control, the flow of water, the ferociousness of fire, the steadiness of earth, or like the carefreeness of air, or like wind. Max sat there playing Melee when his phone rang. Please remember, Max's room didn't have a door, one had to teleport in. It was his friends. Looked like they finally came to their senses. Max wasn't sentimental, everyone needed a good, hard punch from a Beiju every now and then to stay on the straight and narrow. To leave Golden Hotel was just suicide. One had to denounce it in the harshest or like meanest, rudest, impolitest, most explicit language, or like, wouldn't they just leave again? What were we supposed to what? Delete that, act like they didn't leave? Well, in a way they were always with us, to say human beings wouldn't do this, to be human, to have sex, these things were hard. That's why Max didn't have sex, to spare their feelings. He felt really bad, but when mean motherfuckers make us say this, just opens old wounds. There's no point really bringing it up. They were okay, that's all Max really had to say about that. They all went to Max's room and played Truth or Dare. Max said, Stacy, since we left off on you at the beach, why don't we start with you? Truth or Dare? Stacy replied, why don't we choose Dare? She said in a cute, flirty, and sexy way. Mac thought of it for a while and then he said, we dare you to try to lick your elbow. Everyone laughed and Stacy tried really hard, but she wasn't able to. Max made a little copy of her and she licked her elbow. He usually could do a full-sized one, but he was unable to due to losing his powers. Stacy said, Marilyn. Truth or Dare? She kinda lunged forward in a cute, innocent way when she said Dare. Marilyn started tapping her chin with her right index finger. She said, Truth. She said with a big smile. Max was happy to see them doing the right thing. It broke his heart they wouldn't be nicer. Fragile human soul. Hips Don't Lie was playing by Shakira. Stacy said, who do you think like Max most here? Stacy said in a bubbly and kind way. Stacy was such a pretty woman. She'd had some bad relationships. Max believed in her though. It's hard to be humble, but she was doing the right thing. When multitudes won't be nice, or like it's all up to you, if you had to choose, would you go to heaven alone, or to hell with professed friends or like family? Max wondered. Marilyn said, personally, we're so insecure about our appearance, we feel so pretty sometimes, but other times, we feel like a little ugly duckling. We feel like Diamond must like or like love Max more than anyone. She wept. She wanted to lie and say she liked him more than anyone else, but she knew it would be a lie. She was thinking of that song Hate Me by Ellie Goulding. A nice and wonderful song surely, but obviously she was thinking it because the blackness and tar of unrequited love was trying to blind and choke her. She ran over to Max and hugged him. They kissed. She ran back to her spot and said, well, it could be us in a way. But Diamond's so pretty, cute, and confident, it's not easy trying to feel sorry. She obviously likes Max most, right guys? Everyone nodded. Nothing wrong with that. Everyone said agree to disagree except for Diamond, who just said agree. Max was also quiet. He felt so bad for Marilyn. He liked her a lot. It's hard being a woman when people are constantly judging and putting you down. Diamond began to speak. Diamond was Max's favorite, that was undeniable, but his favorite changed sometimes. Diamond said so. She was such a goofy, silly, and really popular woman. She was the kind of woman that lit up a dark room, a dependable, beautiful, elegant little elephant, washing herself with her trunk, eating nuts, wearing a top hat, a monocle, a tux. She was stunning. Max fought temptations of envy. What was there to be jealous about? She only liked him. It was so hard finding love, to Max. All that mattered was helping them, no more rendezvous or like fights or like. He wished they could just go to heaven, but they'd have to bring heaven to themselves. Diamond said, we feel like we like Max the most. Man guys, it's obvious. We don't know, you guys surely like him a lot. But the way we flirt, kiss, it's different, no offense. When Max and I talk, it feels like time stops. She began to weep. We've never felt so close or like so attracted to someone. He's such a nice, kind, and beautiful man. We regret ever leaving this place, to be afraid of beings who can't even hurt you, who could be so cowardly. Anyway, sorry, we know you guys said you liked Max more, agree to disagree. But we don't know, to us. Max is the Sunday. Shining so bright that shadows don't believe they're allowed to be dark anymore. He's so handsome we feel like we could just faint. We feel like he's the only thing we want to talk about forever, but we don't know. Maxi Poo, what do you think, baby husband, sexy boy? Diamond was like the funniest woman Max knew. This, he felt, was inarguable. Ruby started to talk. She said, Max is so hot, huh? We know why you guys think you like him more. In a way we're sure you're right. But we feel in the greatest way, in the way that matters most to him, we love him most. We love his brown or like black skin. Dark brown, we love his poofy little afro, we love the fact he's half Filipino, we love the fact he's so tiny, we love his trampoline tummy, we love his broken tooth, we love his courage, his willingness to help anyone, even if it makes him leave holes in the top and bottom of the universe. We love his love for us. He's so nice. She began to weep. In this universe people wept all the time. Kinda like Saki. Ruby continued. He got hurt, fighting the black tail. For us, it made us realize, when someone you love gets hurt, it's like, you yourself were hurt. Not to justify our sins, but, we felt mad at God. We should be allowed to help. What could we have done? We were arrogant and egotistical. We felt Max was the only one who could hurt the blacktails, but it was Preston who ultimately got rid of the blacktail. But honestly, we feel Diamond likes Max most, but we still love you, kid, and thanks for helping us. We love you. Max spoke. He was thinking about so many things. His mind always rushed. He thought of chains, hanging but upside down. When something upside down falls, does it know it's loved? That's how he felt about his women. Even when we're not our best, like John said, I know your deeds, that you are neither cold nor hot. I wish you were either one or the other. So, because you are lukewarm, neither hot nor cold, I am about to spit you out of my mouth. When we're an alien or like a celestial, does that mean we're more or like less human? What was the value of helping the poor in spirit? Where were the men? Our criticisms lodged at God rightly held against those who denounce the lower half of the sphere. His mind raced, but he couldn't tell them, not because they wouldn't understand, but because of the confines and restraints of language, so sometimes Max would just show them what he was thinking. When we strip ourselves down, to just the chain that dangles or like sways in our spine, are we still a god, or will we pass away like a mere mortal? The kids continued this way for hours, just talking for hours. They talked about the Bible, church, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Death Note, Code Geass, music, shows, movies. Max said, "Hey Diamond, what's your favorite film?" Diamond replied, "Spirited Away. We feel it's a tale about the tragedy of loss of loved ones, the hope of getting them back, the fun of imaginary beings, the importance of hard work, the joys of solitude, and vice versa, the beauty of how kids can even be in love, sweetheart, that's how we feel," she wept. She continued, "All we do is kiss, we feel like Chihiro and Haku, just two kids in love. Without that next step, it's so hard to be secure or like self-confident, but we know you love us, we've never loved anyone else. We wish we'd met you sooner. But what right have we to blame God? He's just a little white man with a big stomach, he's enough problems." We feel like when we watched Spirited Away, obviously we're spirited away, but it's not obvious when we get lost, we'll always find something new, something unfamiliar that becomes familiar, we'll find someone who's been our friend the whole time and we didn't even know it. Then we go home, but home is where our heart is. Jake the dog, or like, home is where Max is, where he's going to be, where he's been, and when we're not with him we're just a little girl whose parents have become pigs. Also God bless Runaway by Aurora. Max replied, "Diamond, that was the nicest, neatest, best, most important, most concise, most prestigious, hottest, sexiest, and most beautiful description of Spirited Away we've heard in our entire lifetime." We agree. Spirited Away is Rainstorm. When we flip it upside down it rains out the TV screen, but if we flip it upside down infinitely like an accordion or like chains hanging upside down, what we find is that when Chihiro and Haku fall, if they fall upside down, is we pause the game, if rivers flow out the TV, they spill into the imaginary heart. When we denounce imagination, we denounce ourself, for we are in Neverland, that's to say we never age, so when Captain Hook wants pizza, we give it to him. The women knew what Max was trying to say. Under the lightning icy snowing sun, under the angelic snowing angelic icy snowing sun, under the angelic icy snowing drowning lightning icy sun, under the lightning drowning icy snowing angelic icy snowing angelic icy snowing angelic icy snowing drowning icy snowing drowning icy snowing angelic icy snowing Sunday. Max said. Diamond spoke again. "Listen guys, if you leave Golden Hotel again me and Max will pray for you, but like he said, love your enemies, there are always consequences." Diamond was cut off, the other women literally up and left if the middle of her sentence. But like Jesus said earlier, if Max wanted company we're sure he could find it. At that moment 3 more women appeared. Emily, Elena, and Samantha. However, these women were aliens. We don't want to offend anyone by making Max kiss too many women, but Max remembered Drake and Josh and said why not. Max's heart broke, not so much for their sin, than the fact they utterly and really harshly cut Diamond off. Samantha looked a lot like Diamond. Emily was like Blizzard and Elena was a huge K-pop fan. Max's heart broke still in a way he couldn't see coming. He actually felt bad for them. Apparently they came back again. He didn't intend to offend those with tight britches, so they got their own room. Samantha spoke. She said, "Diamond, we'll be the first to admit you're Max's favorite. Besides God, there's really no nicer compliment. That's true, but we might have to let those women come back." Diamond replied, "There's no point, they won't even feel worth anyway, they sin and for some reason it's our fault. Fuck 'em. They said they were our friends too, we pray for them, but for us guys, especially Max. Them coming back right now just feels impossible. Max loved Diamond a lot. His mind was wandering in ways he wasn't proud of. If he chose Diamond, could they just? It was wrong. The man lead, so he stopped those thoughts right there. Emily asked, "Hey Max, we're new here, sorry, but can you explain why sex is wrong before marriage?" Max felt guilty for what he'd just been thinking. He knew it was wrong. Why was polygamy okay before? Shit, why was it wrong now? Evil thoughts, but he wasn't exactly a saint. He was nervous. He felt ungrateful. He had everything he could want. Would he end up like David, who killed Bathsheba's husband? He thought about it long and hard. Then he said, sex before marriage is a sin because we want to feel there's a commitment. Sex makes people fall in love, so there needs to be a promise to not hurt each other's hearts or like feelings. Max was annoyed. It felt like everything annoyed him. He hated not feeling like his friends were loved. If he made mistakes, they were his to make. God was watching. Max knew he loved God. He knew God loved him. He might have been right. Perhaps the entire world were the ones who didn't know God. By this point everyone was gone again except for Diamond. Agora Hills by Dahakat started playing. Was he wrong? Was this a sign? Him and Diamond did something that night. No courthouse, it might have been a union before God. He didn't regret it though. We won't go into detail. God died for our sins. How many Christians have sex before marriage? What was marriage? How did Adam and Eve get married? Was there a courthouse? Or like, what about Solomon's 1,000 wives? He loved her. Hustat Lantavgas by Drake played. Diamond had been a pole dancer. Max didn't care. He loved her. He knew she didn't love anyone else, so what did it matter? He knew she'd know what he was talking about. Meaningless sex was meaningless, but the sex meant something. They were in love. She wasn't pregnant. For now, when a man loves a woman, he'll do almost anything to make sure she doesn't leave. Autumnal, reverb, upside down, leaves stain the ink on the orangest, reddest, brownest, part of our stripped down metal heart. Max and Diamond made the kind of love that doesn't die. Again, we don't want to go too into detail, but suffice to say, they were in love. They woke up the next morning and kissed each other. It was a committed relationship now, and they proved that again in a way we feel we don't need to explain. Shut It Down by Drake played, and a montage played in Max's head to where if they knew each other their whole lives. Friends at a sandbox. Sharing box juices, walking dogs, at the skate park, playing video games, Max getting acne, classes, hanging at each other's houses, working, applying to colleges, getting married. Max loved her. He felt one woman was enough. God was right, but of course he still loved his friends. Jackie, Tommy, and them. He thought of kids. They'd be proud of him. Max finally got married. It's about time. They did hit the courthouse, we just didn't intend to say, for we felt for those who've made mistakes. Max stayed in bed and played Ocarina of Time. He started a new game. Diamond went to the kitchen and started making him breakfast. Diamond was wearing Max's button-up long sleeve. They intended to go back to the beach today, hopefully with all their friends. Ocarina of Time, this was one of Max's favorite games. It taught him the value of adventure, the beauty of feeling comfortable getting lost, the calmness of staying calm under pressure, the value of growing old, the power of romance and protecting the one you love, and the nostalgia of starting over. Diamond called out to Max. She said, "Sweetheart, your breakfast is done, come eat, silly. The game can wait, you have to get your energy for the day. Plus, you know we love that little tummy suo, eggs with bacon, hash browns, ketchup, orange juice, toast, jam, butter, milk, and love, just the way we know you like it. Why don't you give me a kiss while you're at it, baby daddy? Moi." Max was hungry. He had just started the game, but Diamond and her food were more important than saving Hyrule for the 100th time or whatever. What was it to be a hero? Max loved My Hero Academia, though he'd not seen much of it. He loved the sports festival arc, where the students competed in games of strength and wits in different categories and genres. Deku was a great example of the coming-of-age story, or like the underdog tale. Katsuki, Enji, Okako, and Tsuyu were all, we felt, well-developed, capable, nice, neat, swell, polite, strong, fantastic, heroic anime characters. To be a hero, well, to us it meant, helping Diamond, helping the aliens, helping animals even. What a sad but pretty world. Max paused the game while the music still played in the room. He got out of bed and started walking toward the dining table, where he saw all the nice, neat, swell, cute, pretty, delicious, and nutritious food Diamond had made for him. He felt Diamond was the right one for him. He felt bad for her all the time, for she'd been in many abusive relationships, but his resolve was solid, his morals fire, his ethics ice. Kokiri Village was a nice song. It reminded Max of a nicer world. Perhaps even these little Kokoris existed on some alien planet far far away, studying youth, the color green, or like Deku plants or like Deku seeds. To save someone's life meant you had to protect them from someone who's dangerous. Diamond, even when she was mean or like rude, Max still loved her, because that's what love was, loving people even when they're not achieving the way they could. Max was 26 again and Diamond was 27. Max started eating the bacon and stuff. Adventure Time, the cult classic. What a wonderful, nice, neat, swell, lovely show. When we're given a treehouse, a talking dog best friend, candy people, what do we do with them? We treasure them like our own friends and family, weary to never go where the Ice King lives, for he doesn't love mortals but the mean, despicable things of this lifetime. Diamond was like Princess Bubblegum, smart, calculated, knowledgeable, fun, mysterious. Max liked her a lot. Her insecurities ate at her sometimes. He prayed for her with a broken heart, sackcloth, ashes. He loved her, that's just the way he was, plus she really open-minded, adventurous, and best of all a great helper. All she intended to do was help Max. Like Zelda and Link, these two were lovers across all of time and also space. Max enjoyed eating. He was a huge food fan. The crispy honey taste of bacon, the saltiness of those strips of fried pork, the fluffiness and liquidiness of egg yolks, the soft, dry, crunchy, sweet taste of toast with jam. The salty golden, crispy, 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 humble, confident, wet, excellent, nice, neat, swell, polite, delicious, filling, taste of a well-cooked hash brown. Fucking, winky face, told you we don't curse too much. Meanies always made us curse maybe a little more than we would have liked in our older books, but moving on. The orange juice was fresh squeezed, tart, sweet, punching, kicking, dancing, fucking, tangy, zany, swimming, surfing, orange, humble, sweet, 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 orange juice. Max loved Diamond's orange juice. Any orange juice she had, he'd drink it. Max finished all the food, then him and Diamond went to find some kokiri. Max thought about this part, didn't know if he'd get in trouble for copyright. He decided it, then decided to base beings on kokiri called leafers, leaf beings who study youth, or like Venus flytraps, or like trees, or like flora. So there we go. They put a door on their suite to make it more inviting, then walked into the hallway. It was beautiful with long patterned carpets, white walls, beautiful glass casings for light bulbs along all the walls. They walked over to the elevator, pressed the button, then waited. So, what's your favorite thing about Venus flytraps? Diamond asked Max. Max thought about it. We like how they eat bugs. We know it's obvious, but, to know a plant can eat a bug, we feel like bugs think they run this place. Even a freaking plant can fuck you guys up. So yeah, what about you, Diamond? M\X asked in a nice, calm, neat, swell, polite, quiet, earnest manner. Diamond answered him. She said, "We love that too. They're so cute. They're tough too. Bugs might intend or like purpose to break out their mouths, but, to no avail. Surely. Sometimes bugs might damage the plant with venom or like a stinger or like stuff like that, but, truly special plants that aren't like any other plant. We can learn a lot from them about what it is to be ourself, but also not to fit the mold nor expectation of what others want us to be. We love you, Max. We're so insecure, we never felt aliens existed. We hope we can show them a lot of niceness and kindness." Max loved Diamond's personality a lot. So silly, the way she inflected words, her confidence, her laugh, everything about her screamed wife. Max just hoped he'd always listen to those screams. The elevator arrived. Man, that took a long time. It just proved how cozy they were with each other. It was never awkward, a nice, sure sign of people who weren't just lovers but also best friends. Max typed in "Leafer" to a digital screen on the elevator wall where the buttons usually are. It was above the buttons. The elevator screen turned green with a checkmark. Just right about after the doors closed, they reopened in a forest village. There were green leaves everywhere. They floated around or like talked to each other, but when they saw human beings, they became human beings to welcome their visitors. Max listened to Suzume again, that song he'd never heard in the bamboo forest. He felt it appropriate since he was in another forest. He was greeted by a leafer called Oak. "Hi guys. Oh my god, are you Max? Man, you're like, so cool, man. We heard stories about how you were a master of all kinds of elements in heaven." He wept. "Sorry about what happened, your leaves are looking more like our children's now," Oak said. Max wept a lot, but Diamond a little, then a lot. "Thanks, man. So what's your name?" Max said with a smile. He pitied Diamond. It's not that she didn't care, it's just that a lot of this stuff was kind of hard to know or like understand. "Oak. Our name's Oak Shalinto, so you must intend or like purpose to learn about flora. Well, we've got you covered, friends. Everything you could ever learn about flora can be found in this forest." Diamond smiled, then started talking. She said, "We love flora. We love crown shyness, the Amazon rainforest, cacti, daisies, roses, all kinds of stuff." She was really happy. Max was glad to see it. She deserved it after the hard lifetime she had been through. Oak replied, "That's funny you should mention our last name comes from the phrase crown shyness in a way. Right this way, friends, let's take you to the tree houses." Max and Diamond followed Oak. The forest was kind of like the Korok forest from Breath of the Wild, or like a Native American settlement. A tree had a door in it. They walked in and it was like a portal to the inside of a tree house. They looked out, but saw a huge intricate network of tree houses about 100 feet off the ground that all connected to each other using wooden bridges, with ropes for safety. The tree houses had torches on them for light. Apparently, each tree house was a portal to different flora environments. "We know you lovers love love, so how about we go to a huge rose field? You know us, Max. We don't marry nor we're given in marriage, so it's nice and refreshing seeing people who love each other the way you guys do," Oak said. Max and Diamond blushed. Oak didn't know they consummate their marriage last night, so they told him. "Mazel tov. You know, we heard giving birth is the hardest thing a person can do, Vyut. We know that baby would be like, the cutest baby ever. Human beings are special because they're masters of all like angels, so what would you guys name such a precious, mild, tender little Max?" Diamond, Oak said. Max said, "Haha. Well, and thanks for asking, Oak." He looked at Diamond. She wept and hugged Max. They were holding hands. Max felt Diamond's hand sweat. She was so nervous. He loved her. He wept. Had he been the nicest, neatest, swellest, politest husband he could be? He hoped so. "We like your hand sweat, Diamond," Max said. Guys. Please no PDA, we're fucking around." Max, you should fucking lick her hand, sweat. Oak said. The realist couldn't blacken this man. He was a legendary og through and through, that much we knew for sure. Diamond said, thanks cutie. She wept. We just feel kinda insecure, sometimes, Buyut. To answer your question, Oak. Oak would be a nice and lovely name for a little tree-making baby. Or like. She put her right hand to her chin to ponder, imagine, meditate, contemplate, or like Yano compliment talking leaf people. Oak said, gee Diamond. We really appreciate that. Yano, some of our own little ones are named after Max. We surely need some diamonds in these rough parts though. They made it across the bridge to a hut with a painting of many roses. They walked in. Oak was an old tan maid with white hair about 5'4". He had a white button-up short-sleeve white shorts, a white hat with a string that fastened under the chin and a walking cane. For such an old man he surely had a lot of tenacity in his step, for the painting was so high he kinda just jumped in, without bending his knees or like anything, he kinda just flew in. He was kinda Asian looking if we want to put it that way. Might have been Chinese, Japanese, South Korean, something like that. Max dolphin dived through and so did Diamond. Max thought Diamond was being silly at first when she had such a serious face, but when he saw her resolve or like how serious she was, while she was still silly, he fell infinitely more in love with her and felt unworthy to be with her. A brave, heroic, and courageous woman, just like the woman from PROVCH 31. Just what he prayed for, no. Even more, not even close, not even comparable. She was the field of roses, but he was just a humble bee being it up, not a human being, but, a bee being. Bebe Reka. Don't stop beliving, humble, meek love, not false humility, but true humility. The word humility demands or like deserves respect, if not, it just walks away, but it doesn't look back, like Diamond. Diamond Rainbow Call, Max's last name. God gave Max his last name. He loved gays, he loved Noah's Ark, it was a fitting name. What they saw, words couldn't really capture, but we could try. They saw a giant rose that became many little ones, it rained roses, upside down, roses grew like trees, they spun, they smelled like orange juice, honeydew, persimmons, grass, boomerangs, persimmons, 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 just like Max's books. They were Polaroids that bled into other Polaroids, they were upside down near the ground while the background or like the ground constantly changed, they were the sun, they fell like wet stars, you could walk on them like Jesus did water, but not damage them at all, in fact, they'd hold you up. Leafers could think of something way nicer than this, but this was Max's gift to Diamond. Women were nice and simple, love God, love them, buy them huge fields of flowers. Amen. Max was going to stay with Diamond because he feared for her safety. So we're going to follow Abijah, Kyle, and Preston while Max looks at the flower fields with Diamond. Team All was in a black version of Hawaii. Everything was black or like silhouetted. They were near an active volcano, but again the lava was just black, but it did glow. They were fighting blacktails. Some flew like bugs, some were like human-sized flying dragons. Some were like reptiles that hopped around on hind legs, some looked like palm trees. They were making quick work. Again they were kinda like titans, kinda intelligent or like the demons from Inuyasha, but not human beings either. The tree ones fell down so one could see from a bird's eye view. Jack and John were there. Andrew was so old, he kinda had eternal youth in a way, but he felt his kids would learn more if they were by themselves. Tough love kinda thing. Andrew wept and prayed for his kids, honestly, we all did. Team All fought with a kind of bravery or like heroism that's rare in the world we live in, they were all wounded. Max wept for he felt bad for Team All. Listen. Max started. We have to help them. Him and Diamond cried. Oscar had been pretty far away so he didn't know what they were talking about. At a point he did see them weep, however, which broke his heart so he wept 2 tears. He was a pretty happy man. One from both eye, as Diamond would point out. Diamond spoke. She said, "Look Max, we actually just remembered we dreamt it'd be nice for us to go. To prove we can help and that someone who's made mistakes can leave Golden Hotel, but still come back, leave nice, but come back neat as well. We know you're gonna say we've always been nice but, we've made mistakes, but it's time we rectify and atone for our sins." Max agreed. He loved her. She was better than him, he felt fucking dumb, but even so, we have all made mistakes. He didn't intend for her to feel like a sinner, but that's how she felt. Max was sure she was just being humble, he was sure she didn't mean it, he hoped not, for she was the love of his life, a smiley, nice, kind, beautiful woman. Clear skin, long beautiful hair, he loved her a lot. He knew she held her past against her, but he also knew she shouldn't, but no matter what he was gonna love this poor insecure woman. We're all insecure, but we vent our insecurities, but we move past them, we love ourselves for who else if we won't. The two ran toward Oak. Again, there were roses everywhere. There were grassy spaces, however, not everything was a rose. Some of the human beings were even roses, like Rosalia the Pokemon or like those flower people from Paper Mario. Oak. We heard about what's happening in Hawaii, but we felt we needed to help the men fighting over there. Oscar wept a lot. They all did, and they all hugged. We know how the scene looked. Beautiful, blue skies with roses everywhere floating, wet like eyes. Roses were everything, they'd always be, but, it felt the sky turned gray, it felt the storm was roaring or like kicking or like howling now. Their clothes were whipping, they were soaked, lighting peeled, but they were about to experience something much worse than that potentially. Like lightings, Max and Diamond disappeared. The rain was the tears of those poor leaves, the leafers. Oak hugged the children in the rain. "God bless you Max and Diamond, you guys are awesome, we hope you save Team All. When God asks us to do something, we do it. No matter how difficult." A little babe said this. Okatha. She was a little fair-skinned, blonde, blue-eyed 4-year-old. She started to look super serious, raised her arms to heaven, and the storm stopped and the scene looked normal again with blue skies and everything dried. They dried their tears too with their arms and smiled and hugged. Max and Diamond appeared in front of a golden hotel in Hawaii not too far from where Team All was. It was storming black ink. There were flashes of light in a forest about 100 feet from where they were. The golden hotel was on a beach. Never to take parables too literally, they stood there for a bit, but when they saw the flashes of light they began running to where Team All was. They run through all the foliage, black trees, fallen black trees, black plants, black ponds of water separated by some white lines to show the distinction in stuff or like might not have been. It's open-ended for a good reason, man. They kept running like Aurora in Runaway, which played during this scene. They saw them fighting blacktails. Max sent 2 punches of fire at the blacktails. The aliens kept intending or like purposing to switch opponents, but the blacktails wouldn't let it happen. Again there was a Beiju, Kyle, Preston, Jack, and John, the latter of which got there later than the former. The men were already resorting to guns or like swords, but Max was their secret weapon. Little did anyone know, their real secret weapon was Diamond. The monsters laughed because Max didn't have much power, but his power to keep changing powers did scare them a lot. Team All was bleeding, but they weren't out quite yet. They kept fighting. Some blacktail life bars hit 0, some kept regenerating, some were red, some were yellow, some were green. Concerning spoilers, we don't know. Meanies are smart and say we knew Diamond D saved the day. Then why didn't you ever treat her with love and respect? Then it gets really perverted, and of course, obviously we don't want to get into it. Preston sent the drills at blacktails, which left tails of light and glowed brightly. They were a few inches big. Kyle too and a Beiju used feathers like metal flower petals or like fucking blades. They fought a lot and they were kicking some serious ass. The blacktails morphed to mimic or like mock the human being form, so they started doing hand-to-hand combat. It was intense, poor heroes. God was watching, this was a test, but would they pass? Max excelled at hand-to-hand combat. His ability to conjure anything was obliterating the blacktails. Max's gauge filled, so he hit them with a twin snake that coiled around his aura. Then more huge snake dragons came and ate the blacktails from either side of the screen like lines on lined paper, or like the chains of Max's mind, or like the game Snake, but the whole screen eventually filled with these green flying snakes. One blacktail left and he was much stronger than the rest of them. He set his sights on Diamond, but because Max loved her so much, his gauge filled again. Like Inuyasha and Kagome, the men were too hurt to conjure, and Max knew he'd counter because the blacktails countered the first magical endeavor brought on them. Max ripped his right arm off, which scared or like confused the blacktail, then sent a little fireball at its head. It didn't know Max had more than one conjure ability, so he set his defense to fire, but Max set the arm to a giant diamond sword. Kyle took one big swing, then the life bar of the dark tail went all the way down to 0. Kyle cut a ton of the trees in the forest down with that swing. Something was wrong, the ground started to shake, then the volcano erupted, but it started walking around or like threatening to ear the heroes. The volcano was a blacktail itself. Diamond couldn't fight, but she could heal, so she began healing Max's arm. The other men were doing nicer by this point, so they decided to buy them time while Max's arm regenerated. Team All knew Abeja was strongest and he used feathers, so they hit the volcano with drills, but it actually didn't block. It was because he didn't know Max's powers, or like he thought Max might have a trick up his sleeve. The volcano sent boiling hot black lava at Team All, but Abeja teleported them out the way. Halfway to Max's arm, they hit him with more giant drills until he decided to just block against drills, then Abeja hit him with his feather tornadoes. The swords also sent their swords at him, they were huge. His life bar was also halfway down. The volcano sent out such a huge lava spit the men put up a force field. Max's arm was done and he kissed Diamond. Max knew the men were done, so it was Diamond's job to hold the force field. Diamond, because of her, Max's gauge filled again. The volcano's timer ran out, so he could pick to block whatever attack Max sent. Max had to think. If he messed this up, they were finished, but what were the chances it chose what he was thinking? Max spoke to it. Blacktail, tell me what it is you fear the most. The blacktail laughed and cursed at Max. We fear no one on this earth, Max, we know what you'll choose already, so just give it up. Plus give me the woman, she will make an excellent wife. The volcano laughed. Fuck you. God damn it. Max thought, he could conjure a little god because fear was mentioned, or like how about some diamonds because diamond was mentioned. No one's coming for you, Max. Just fucking give up. Max wouldn't do it. How about holes for when Abeja hit him because he knew his pride must be showing. Max knew. He'd pick black lava because it was the one thing the volcano didn't expect. Double or nothing, said the volcano. What the fuck are you talking about, you fucking damn mean son of a bitch? Max asked. They were running out of time. He was angry. There's another volcano, he will also fight unless you get the element right. The volcano intended to consider black lava, but God made him forget. So what? Max had been done listening to this. If you leave right now, your little friends are safe, if not, they're surely doomed except the woman. The volcano said. Shut that ugly ass up, you volcanic black lava son of a bitch. The volcano kept intending to think black lava, but God wouldn't let him, plus. Max kept mentioning black lava to make the volcano think he wouldn't pick it. Well, Max, it's your mistake. Max faked a sneeze, then sent a huge tsunami of black lava at the volcano from an inch from his palm. His arms were out for Okatha, Susan, Diamond, Kyle, Preston, Abeja, Jack, John, and all his friends and family he's made on Dark Mirror, also for his daughters. The sneeze made the volcano think he should defend against water, saliva, sneeze, wind, or like stuff like that. So a little after the sneeze the volcano picked defense against those things. The lava hit so the volcano screamed or like groaned or like moaned in agony, but to Max, it didn't matter, the volcano fell. There was never a second volcano. But we have to consider what arrogance is. Max was so far away that volcano was going to have time to block against anything, even lighting, because blacktails of this size have different powers. He already had a light, sound shield up, the only things that could move so fast it might catch him off guard. Open rebukes nicer than hidden love. No one would have blamed Max for getting it wrong, but they surely would have passed away then been in pain for a month, surely utterly out of commission. So when Max faked that sneeze, we don't do that around nice beings, but sure, when Max faked that sneeze it utterly confused the blacktail. He couldn't change his aura wind invisible air glass shield fast enough, then he was done. Team all fainted, then Max fainted, they woke up on a beach. You know, the one they were at before with Susan and the women. It was hot. God was there, in spirit but not in person. We knew God didn't visit too much, just like Earth. They were so tired they didn't move, they were cleaned. It felt good laying on a beach towel. Max laid on his back while Diamond laid on him, on his chest. They made out. She sat on him with her knees on the ground and Max gave her a fruity alcoholic drink. Max put on sunglasses and a straw hat and wept. Diamond wept too. They made out again. Max didn't drink, but Diamond was poor in spirit, but he loved her. Don't just lay there, dummy. Let's go swimming. Kyle said. C'mon guys. We'll meet you out there probably. We, no offense, we just intend or like purpose to lay down for right now. Max said. You're lost, loser. Hey, Diamond, wanna swim? Kyle said. She made a lightly uncomfortable face by biting her lip. They were all friends, just kidding. Sorry man, our husband is the leader and if he just intends or like purposes to chill here we agree. But she motioned to her and Max with her index finger many times back and forth. Hope you men have a nice time. She smiled real big. Yeah no. She said. Some a sweet, warm, pretty, woman. Alright human beings, we won't insist, but you guys are super duper lot of me. Much love later, they said with like a quiet confidence, like, almost a whisper, like they were getting cut off or like just super quick for humorous effect. We love em. Last one in's a rotten egg, screamed Preston. Then they all ran toward the ocean. There were plenty of human beings at the beach, kids, teens, adults, elders, though we have eternal youth sometimes we might choose to look old. They made out again. So why didn't you want to go with your friends, Max? Diamond asked. Well, we just intended or like purpose to spend some time with you, intend or like purpose to play some Mario Kart. Are nice, neat, swell, polite, beautiful, brave, awesome, amazing, incredible, gorgeous, attractive, sexy, best Mario Kart player, Peach, Daisy, Rosalina, Baby Peach, Baby Daisy, Baby Rosalina. Diamond said Baby Rosalina with Max, then they both said wife. Intend or like purpose, Diamond scoffed. Fuck em, what a convoluted way to make us talk like, the word want, right? Max wept. They made out then smiled at each other. Right. Max said with a quiet confidence. They started playing Mario Kart and some little kids joined them. It was a good day. Chapter 3, Silent Snow Hills. Max and Diamond were in their room. They were doing what married people do. They were also playing Ocarina of Time. Ocarina of Time was an object lesson on adventure, fighting, archery, the snowstorms that raged in the broken heart, puzzles, patience, condescending, love, nostalgia, and the fade to white of another trek into the great Deca Tree. Max missed Maddie, so he called her up. Hi Maddie. Beings who weren't in Golden Hotel usually didn't have technology, they were often cold, dirty, and hungry. But Maddie felt brave, so she answered his call. Hi Max. How are you buddy? She saw Diamond and began to cry a lot. She teleported to the room and her and Diamond began eating apples and raisins. Max missed Maddie a lot, Madeline. He especially intended for her to eat his apples because he felt like she'd really enjoy eating them and he loved feeding her because he knew she was really hungry. Maddie loved Max's apples. They were really big, juicy, nice, neat, swell, and delicious. That's why he always wrote about them. She didn't like other apples like she loved Max's. As a joke, she wouldn't even eat apples if they weren't Max's. Maddie was over her crush on Max. She knew he was taken, so she was glad. She felt she didn't even deserve him because Diamond liked and loved him so much more and she hadn't been here very much at all. She had her eyes on some other men, but deep down she felt she intended or like purposed to preserve her virginity because she felt romance and sex weren't her forte. Max was thinking of snow. He often did. He loved snow. He had a nightmare where him and some friends got lost in a snowy, Arctic tundra like Antarctica, but there weren't any golden hotels to find refuge in. He hoped that dream didn't happen. Killing Dekababas, mini babas, Skulltulas, brought Max joy. Agora Hills is such a nice song. Max heard his friends from the beach got sent to Antarctica by blacktails because they were too afraid to stand up to them. He felt obligated to try to help them. He knew Diamond and Maddie wouldn't hear no, so he knew he wasn't going to try to convince them not to come. He was in a hurry. Team All was actually busy fighting other blacktails, so Max didn't know what he'd do. He was in a hurry. He knew so many aliens didn't fight but were masters of other things. He called some fireball aliens, but only one was available. They were all busy, he understood, when he helped Olivia, but she left anyway. It wasn't a surprise these beings weren't too keen to jump out their seats to help beings who might not even care. Max figured if he did it they might care, because they seemed to like him more than most beings, that was for sure. Diamond and Maddie were determined to go. They set out with Fyro at 30y/0 floating, talking fireball about a foot in length. He was a large, black man with huge muscles. About 6 feet 4 inches, handsome, with a buzz-cut afro. They teleport to lobby. "Good lucky guys," said Alex. "Sorry everyone's busy, it's just Yano, not them, but other beings have," cried Wolf. "So many times people closed their schedules to stuff like this. We hope you convince them though." Alex threw Max a pencil-shaped stick with a big red button on it with a lock for the button. "That's a golden retriever. Named after the fluffy little dogs. This will bring a golden hotel to you, but it only works once, so please don't use it until you find them. Please really intend or like purpose to help them. Living in this slum city is one thing, but making it in Antarctica sounds utterly different. Well, anyway, our heroes and heroines, good luck." "Thanks Alex. We love you man." "God bless, thanks again. Open rebuke's nicer than hidden love. We'll see you later beautiful." Alex blushed. "Max, stop being fucking weird and just Dave our dear little friends please. Love you guys." They all smiled. Then Team All ran out the Golden Hotel into a black and white tundra. They turned around, but the Golden Hotel was gone. Max's phone started to ring. It was Alex. The team were feeling really anxious. "Hey, Sue. We didn't feel the need to say this, but a blacktail gave us that pen. We had our doubts, but after thorough examinations, we felt it was real. However, it must have made the Golden Hotel disappear." The team knew what he meant. "Well, thanks Alex, we love you man, wish us luck." They wept. "God bless man." Max was quiet. "We're sure you'll find them Max. Team All hasn't let us down yet. We're sure they never will. In fact, we're positive beyond a shadow of a doubt, no tundra is stopping you guys. Especially not Fyro." Fyro spoke. He said, "Thanks Alex. We love you man. Well, no offense, we're gonna go try to find em. Wish us luck and bless us." Alex replied, "Good luck. And God bless you nice men and women." Later, He hung up. We know the geography of Dark Mirror might be confusing, but it constantly changed all the time. They began walking. They were in thick winter clothes except Fyro, he didn't need them. He was in a button-up Hawaiian shirt with cargo shorts, high white socks and boots. This is why Max didn't feel too much need to recruit too many helpers to team all. Hello. Max, we presume. We figured you'd come, we saw them, we intended to help them, but we were overpowered, then those damn cowards ran away. Hey Max. Where's the Golden Hotel? Also, our name's Ishal, we're in charge of the group who study the black snow here. Ishal said. The snow here was clean. Max thought everything in this place was just disgusting, but now that he thought of it, Hawaii was okay. Diamond said, we got a button that can call a Golden Hotel wherever we are, but it made the current one disappear. The ice aliens rubbed their chins. They were floating snowballs with ice cores, but they became human beings. There were both men and women. Well, Ishal continued, we are more than ready to offer our full support in the retrieving of these human beings. We suspect they're in some kind of cave. We're situated all over Antarctica, so we find it strange we haven't heard anyone found them yet. This is also why the aliens chose not to help. They were pretty sure these ice or snow aliens would do more than a nice enough job finding the beach crew. Max was really sad for them. They must be freezing. God alone could preserve their vessels so they didn't get hypothermia or frostbite. Some blacktails appeared. Max started glowing, and like an RPG he leveled up. He especially upgraded his fire powers. His flames and all powers would now be much greater, but so his friends weren't defenseless, he gave them flames, so his flames would remain the size they were since he split it. IDGAF by Drake started playing. Max conjured water balls and hit all the blacktails so they set their defenses to water. So when Team All started using fire, they were confused. They were disoriented because Max leveled up. Max used a fire whip. Diamond used a fire bow and arrow. Maddie used a fire gun. Fyro was making quick work of the blacktails with huge fireballs, but there were at least 200. They fought hard. The ice or snow aliens froze them, hit them with super fast snowballs, used ice spears, and had all kinds of really cool magic weapons to fight the blacktails. Ijid was such a nice song. To Max it was about money, power, rebellion, fighting, war, love, romance, and the importance of protecting human beings we love. Great song. It cheered him up as he fought. The women started to glow, they got powers for their own. Human beings were just special like that, we guess. Max's inch-wide fire whip became a 20-inch fire snake in essence, no face or anything, but yeah, so these guys were now fire conjurers. That's the gift of giving the wicked. Ask what's the difference? The difference was now they were more likely to win as a team because Max's flames were larger. They sang along to the song as they fought. Fire sprouted from the ground, sending blacktails high in the air. It was a war they intended, so it was a war we purposed. Max squeezed them tight with fire rings, he used fire rakes, fire plates, etc. Fucking, his friends were doing really well. A blacktail spoke up. Who are you beings, what do you intend or like purpose with blacktails? Shut the fuck up. Where are the women who came here? Max said. Why is that your business? It said. Max sent a huge lightning bolt at it passed away and fell to its knees. It was a big black silhouette, glowing black blob with tentacles. The other blacktails were so scared Max conjured an utterly different element. They gave Team All a clue. The women you're looking for come when Legos become unsteppable on. What the fuck did that mean? I don't be giving no fucks. I don't know if you caught on. I don't be giving no fucks. I say whatever I want, I do whatever I want. I'm counting up money for fun and I'm popping these perks just for fun. Truer words were never spoken. A man called Icebird spoke. He said, Legos, we feel like he means what? Max sent a lightning bolt at a blacktail, but he coincidentally saw it coming. their shields were changing so they all picked fire. Those in cold states or like spaces were more vulnerable to fire. Fyro the pyro said damn it, pulled his sword out its sheath and started swinging. Max reduced his magic power to enhance Fyro's sword, his fire, and all his magic was now at half, not as little as when he shared with his wife and Maddie, but a lot smaller. Ishal jumped about 20 feet in the air and sent ice spearheads raining on the blacktails. They all were at red life bars but started healing. Diamond and Maddie had to use swords and guns because they were fire users. Feathers, the blacktails passed away. Abeja, thought Max. Abeja called Max. He dreamt to do this, he was so powerful, he did this without being in the space, but he was far. Love you guys, good luck. We dreamt to do that. Love you man. Thanks. Max said. Legos. What the fuck? He meant, build a fake golden hotel and the blacktails will appear with the girls because they were expecting them to leave without them and wanted to watch them leave. Building aliens appeared. Max, sorry but we listened to your thoughts, give us 4 minutes and us 4 can get the building up, they said. Max said we can help since we can conjure anything. Guys, we want you to make sure they don't hit this tower. Got it? More blacktails were pouring in. Team All was quick at work to disassemble the evil of the coldest tundra of this dark mirror. The ice or snow aliens were dressed in white camo army outfits. They all took a page out of Ishal's book and sent ice spearheads raining on the blacktails. They did half damage but they all set their shields to ice. Half of them sat to heal while the ones who didn't went in front of them to protect them. Fyro was making quick work of them. Oh shit. They heard screeching behind the mobs. Tons of Yeti blacktails were coming in with fire defense. Shit. We were a fourth done, but we needed more time. The hotel had a lifeguard and blacktails were already hitting it. Drills. Max wept ethereal tears. Abeja, Kyle, and Preston were here. The life bars was slowly going down for the hotel, but theirs were going down quickly. Max kept building though he wanted to help, he knew they all wanted to, but what could they do? Diamond and Maddie were pretty meanly, rudely, impolitely wounded. Max had to make the hard decision to not stop building to help them, but kept building. The drills were flying, leaving behind white trails of light fucking, they were so good at that. Size wasn't all that mattered with magic, these drills packed a punch. Kyle drilled a huge hole on the ground and Abeja conjured wings to push many blacktails in the hole. Ice or snow wasn't too effective against these icy blacktails, but they were so skilled it was like it didn't matter. Team All was fighting hard, the hotel's life bar was almost at 0 but it was almost done. Max's power bar was filled, the blacktails braced themselves for a harsh attack but instead he finished the hotel and filled the life bar. They were intending or like purposing to hide it with a cloud, the blacktails were coming anyway, but with the life bar covered they might not have to fight, but once they saw it if they moved the cloud, they were surely fighting. The ice or snow celestials took advantage of the blacktails' stunned state and hit them with an avalanches that wiped them all out. Blacktails knew it was impossible to enter a golden hotel, but Team All was going to use their arrogance against them. The blacktails spawned from nowhere with the women and mocked them. Look. They didn't even look for you. They left with the button we gave them. Let's have a look inside. We might find them, Yano. They laughed and hit them while they walked to the entrance. It was utterly empty for it wasn't a real golden hotel. They said this is weird. Are they all this empty? The leader spoke. He said we told you these spaces were fake little ploys made by us to get idiots like this hopes up. That's all there is to it. Max hit them with a flashbang. God made the women impervious. They grabbed the women and ran out. The building aliens and Max let the building fall on them. All their life bars were 0. We could see through the smoke of rubble. The leader had greater defense so kept curing, but he couldn't do much more than that, even he then was silent. Max pressed the button. Where the fake golden hotel was a real one took its place. They walked in all wounded, but alive. The building aliens were the only ones not wounded. They greeted Alex. Alex yelled at the women. "Well, ladies. We sure hope you learned your lesson because we can't go saving beings who don't know how to act." He began to cry. "Well, for our own sake we're glad you're okay, you're not as mean as you know, Yano." They smiled and wept. They were in pretty mean condition, but they'd be okay. They promised to stop sinning and leaving Golden Hotel, so we intended or like purposed to hold them to their oath. They walked over to the elevator, which was huge inside. They laughed and talked about all that had been happening. Max pulled out an e-cigarette and hugged Jackie. He prayed for his daughters. These women reminded him a lot of them. They all walked into the hallway. There were 20 ice or snow soldiers. The hallway was a clean, beautiful, nice, neat, pretty view. Blue carpets with intricate curved patterns that reminded Max of fire or like candelabra or like wind. They made it to the door with the beach and read the sign that usually hung on the door. "Welcome team all, good job saving those women. You know we rejoice more when one of these beings is saved than when any of us do what's nice." They wept. Nice beach balls. They forgot to let Alex heal them. Oh well, our nice, neat, swell, loving, cool, brave, icy soldiers walked in the summer sun over to the waters. They all got in. Alex appeared over the waters, blessed them, then the waters cured them. They were all having such a nice time. Nothing could ruin the fun they were having. Max kissed Diamond while they stood in the water. Their clothes turned to swimming clothes, those huge winter clothes on the beach. They were strong. Sounds like hell to us. But Yano, it's open-ended for a reason. Max and Diamond swam underwater so they could look at all the ocean animals. They could breathe underwater. Magic Yano. Fucking, the kids played, the men played, the women played. For now everyone was happy, and for Max. That was enough. You know, the beach was Jackie's idea. Now it seems we always come at the end of the chapters. We suppose there's nowhere else to go, is there? Max could just picture him and all his friends laying on some beach towels under that ringing, scorching summer sun. Smiling like an anime. Look up at the blue sky, like that blue sky you too, dear reader, have no limits. Tears might skew your view of perfect blue, but when you know you, nothing can blur the blurriness of a perfectly hot day. Diamond crawled onto Max's lap and they made out. They blushed. Before they knew it, after a day of beach partying, volleyball, barbecue, racing, magic, anime, and love, they were back in their room. Chapter 4, Upside Down Umbrellas. Max and Diamond played Ocarina of Time. The Forest Temple. Max loved the Forest Temple, the key in the first room, the ghost block puzzle, lowering the water, the twisted hallways, the wolfos, the pose, the bow and arrow. It was all everything he could want. Max was teleport to a world where he was upside down. For some reason Diamond didn't come. He was kinda glad. Helping her gave him anxiety. He liked having her where she was safest. "Greetings," a disembodied voice said. "Max, we have sentry guns pointed at you." He appeared out of nowhere about 20 feet from Maximum. "All you have do is catch us before 1 minute passes," the villain laughed. Max knew there must be some kinda catch. It's probably like video games. Our sense of direction is probably really skewed. Even if we found a pattern, it'd probably change again. Now you can use a general direction attack, but you have to hit me twice, plus the second attack can't be aimed. The villain laughed, cackling a lot, disturbingly and menacingly. Max though long and hard and cried. He tried running but it wouldn't work. He was so disoriented he couldn't focus properly. He thought so long about it until he thought of something. The villain was probably lying. 2 hits, as if this man could take the punishment. Time was running out. Max had it. He had a huge ocean hit. The villain said, "We guess it won't count as a hit because it's just water, but what are you gonna do, Max?" Holy damn, this man was fucking arrogant. Max gritted his teeth, then sent lightning bolts into the water that fell upside down. The electricity traveled through the water, knocking them both out. The villain passed away and Max woke up in a mirror chamber. Chapter 5, Mirage of Mirrors. Max was in a mirror chamber. There was a villain in all the mirrors, but he looked just like Max. But he sounded different. Very clever, Maximilian. But if you don't destroy the mirror with the true image of me before it's the last mirror, you'll die. Thanks to God, death wasn't permanent, but Max had no plans of dying. To Max, a book was a coherent story, not just a collection of stories, but like Proverbs or like Kohelet or like Canticle, it could be, plus those were his favorite books anyway. Max is intending or like purposing to take a break later anyway, so let's get through these stories of his. Max faked a sneeze, but the villain finished the sneeze he didn't. Oh my god, this man was angry, but he intended to stay calm. So what? That didn't prove anything. Max kept doing this, breaking mirrors, talking to distract the villain. Colors of the Wind is a good song. God bless Millie and Jake. Max was breaking mirror after mirror, tired. He was using a fake fist of light to make sure he wasn't damaged by glass shards. Max kept faking sneezes, but for some reason the villain was stupid enough to keep falling for it. Before we knew it, Max was down to the last 2 mirrors. Enough is a fucknignuyuf. There's no damn way we're falling for that again. But because this is fiction, Max faked it again, but it fucking worked. One reflection said in an arrogant, strange, but kinda normal way. But after pausing for a bit, the other reflection said in a really scared, funny fucking voice, God bless you, like very nasally and idiotic. Max broke both mirrors at the same time because the villain would claim he switched reflections. But the villain knew Max knew which one was the real him. That was the real test. The villain then thought Max was evil too. Max talked to him some more. The villain was convinced after Max took an oath. Then Max disappeared. Chapter 6, Sinking Sands. Jackie, Max, and team all were in a sand palace. They were perplexed the sand would stay in place. They needed to find a large tetragonal pyramid pink crystal. Well guys, God asked us to find this crystal, for it's a part of his plan to save dark mirrors, said Abeju. He said it in a leaderly, clear, and confident way. They made their way through many rooms, some with swinging logs with blades, rolling boulders down slopes they had to run down without falling over, and arrows that shot out of walls. Eventually they came to a room where the 1.5 foot long crystal was. Once they picked it up, however, an alarm sounded. The room turned red, then the sand started falling. I'll Make a Man Out of You is a great song. They ran through all the rooms they'd been in. They cried. We sure hope we make it out of this one in one piece, said Jackie. She cried. She was really scared, but hopeful. You're telling us? We sure hope, God's serious, because we're not ready to go the afterlife quite yet. Kyle said. He cried, but he was keeping his composure surprisingly well. They ran through room after room, up and down, but generally down, for they were at the top of the tower. Sand was pouring on them the whole time. Eventually they got to the room they appeared in, then ran out. They then turned around to see the whole structure fall like grains of sand that were heavy enough to crush anyone. It then became a huge sand hole in the ground. More sand softly, in a fading, subtle way, filled the hole. They cheered, hooted, hollered, then teleported. Chapter 7, Illogical Ice. Max wanted to spend time with Diamond, so after this Ishal took front and center. At this time every Blacktail got the ability to use ice or like snow powers. Ishal snowboarded with Blacktails hitting them. Color was fading in and out the world. He'd hit them so hard they fell off their snowboards. He did this a lot, then suddenly they were skiing. He was hit a lot but managed to outdo them in his own element. A blizzard hit once he hit the bottom. He was so used to cold it didn't really bother him. Little Blacktails kept hitting him in the face like little snow particles. He wept. It was hard to fight enemies that were so small. We bet, you all won't gang up on me all at once or like attack me combined, he said angrily with passion and courage. Breaking free is a nice song. But no blacktail knows that. The blacktail hit him so hard into the ground he fell through the top and bottom of the universe like Max, but like 10 times till he hit the ground so hard his helmet came off, revealing his blonde hair and blue eyes. It had an eye visor that wasn't very clear. He thought of the messages of the song, how much he loved the song, plus how much he owed all his fellow ice friends. Max is so dumb for loving this song so much, but at least he loves Diamond. He wiped the tears from his eyes. He did some martial arts where he punched the air, kicked, flipped, and some really visually impressive stuff. Then the ground began to shake. A giant snow dragon came from the ground and ate them. He smiled, then passed out into the snow on his back, smiling with tears in his eyes. Chapter 8: Ferocious Fires. Now every blacktail had the power of fire. It was Fyro's turn. Brown, dark brown, black. Thanks, Max. Breaking Free was a nice song. Fyro loved it. Max listened to it as he typed, which was true of all the songs he references, but Fyro knew there was a time and place. It can be frustrating when the mad talk about copyright in a book written for fun. We're breaking free. Max intended or like purposed to type the lyrics out, but he knew it was cool. Fyro was in a volcano fighting a lava man that looked just like him, but no details in the face. They fought with ferocious fire. Chapter name: Attacks. Fyro was meanly, rudely, impolitely, badly hurt. Max wept. He loved him. How come they make us talk like this, Max? Thought Fyro. Max thought about it, but knew what he meant. They didn't. We liked talking like this. They sent fireballs at each other a lot. They went to the desert, the Sunday. Magma cracked black grounds. Fyro yelled at the top of his lungs, then sent a huge fireball out by putting the bottoms of his hands together, then extending both his arms. The fireball hit so hard the villain stood there, passed away already, fucking, then became glitter, then flew diagonally up away like wind. It was rainbow colored. Fyro laughed, then fell on his back, tears in his eyes. He passed out. Chapter 9: Severe Swords. John the 16Y/0 Sword. Kendo Celestial knew his turn was next. All the blacktails now had sword powers. This was the last example of this happening, but this happened forever, during which time Max and Diamond had many children. Every conceivable thing had a master of the element or like object take center stage. It took so long God just thought, well, there's no need to bring Max to heaven because he likes being married, but God ultimately decided against it because Max had lived so long doing this anyway, so eventually Max, Diamond, and all the human beings became alien-like virgins that didn't marry. John screamed, "Show your face, coward!" He was covered in sword slashed. The coward kept attacking from shadows in the warehouse he was in. It was the same warehouse Max raised his kids in. Max's kids visited Dark Mirror a lot during this time. They had lots of kids too. The other women also had lots of kids too. John was actually the last being to fight, save Max. He was infinity and 16 years old. John let out a huge yell, did a martial arts dance, then the building fell. The villain came at John like lightning, they had blade to blade. John faked a sneeze, knocked, the villain's sword out his hands, then screamed and with both hands swung strange down in front of him. He had a super serious look on his face. Tears, dirt, blood, sweat. When he swung his sword and yelled with all the might of God, he yelled and swung, he yelled and swung, he yelled, swung, then yelled and swung. No kidding, he did it once, but repetition helps. Once he did this, the villain became dust or like rust or like sand. John didn't faint, it'd been so long he was too strong to faint. He smiled. Your turn, Max. He still chose to fall to the ground and sleep. He went to the beach. In his mind, the wounded can't go to Golden Hotel, but Max was about to change that. Chapter 10: Fierce Finale. Max was face to face with the fiercest blacktail, the devil. They had a long hard battle where Max kept choosing different elements and objects, but the blacktail kept blocking, so smart he kept choosing the right element to block. This went on for a week. Max faked a sneeze, then hit him with a lightning bolt. His life bar was half down, but it tried to sit to regain health. Max faked another sneeze, hit him again, then it was out. The black bottom half moved slowly to the top half. God moved everyone while this happened. Once it was in place, Earth glowed. No more oceans, but all ground, fucking, maybe a few oceans, who knows. The golden hotels were back in place, everyone lived happily after. Max listened to All for One from HSM2 while typing this. He planned to repeat the song until he was done cause he felt he was close to finishing, plus he felt the song fit nicely. For sequels, Max considered beings who go into virtual reality like Sao to relieve what this experience was like. What fun is it to know everything? Leave that to God. It's fun to start from the bottom. Don't be like that, it's true. We wouldn't change our hard life for the world. So what does that mean? Right? It means it was nice and good. This song played while they were at an earthly beach. Elizabeth, Ashley, Alexandra, Lindsay, Angel, Diana, Ellen, Jackie, Tommy, Haley, Jessica, Maddie, Cassie, Kayla, Tracy, Stacy, Marilyn, Olivia, Ruby, Emily, Samantha, Brad, Peter, William, Edward, Stephen, Jose, Pants, Max, Jason, Eliza, Lacey, Eliza, Joy, Andrew, Jack, John, Keith, Carrie, James, Firebeam, Snowball, Starfire, Blizzard, Susan, her parents, Fyro, Ishal, Iceberg, the Ice or Snow Soldiers, Oak, Okatha, Kyle, Preston, Abeju, God, Max, and Diamond. If we missed anyone, which we're sure that can't really be true, we love you. Sorry. And you're better than us? Fucking for real, man. We're Christian but we say fuck wild, right? Max couldn't help but feel God's super planned for him to hear the song while he was finishing the book. God bless him. The kids played, the elders, the teens, the adults. It made Max cry, they all danced. Everybody, all for one, our real summer has just begun, hey. Let's rock and roll and just let go, feel the rhythm of the drums, we're gonna have fun in the sun now that all the hard work is done, everybody, one for all and all for one, yeah, all for one woo. Oh, yeah, the credits rolled like a film. It was the names of all the people Max apparently missed, with individuals or like groups dancing or like doing silly things. Max loved love. He was so happy. Jackie was surely right about the beach. Max could cry and we was. Gee Max. You know in our book people don't cry so damn much. Kyle said he didn't want to cry but it was Max's book so Max made him cry. Never change, kid. God said, and him and Max hugged. That's the end of our story, folks. We hope you learned about love, kindness, niceness, neatness, politeness, hope, bravery, and all that good stuff. Fuck bad things like hate, evil, treachery, lying, deceit, and all that shit. Chapter 11, How to Not Be Sentimental. Fuck you, Satan. It's alright guys, it's over, but you can always read it again. We cry all the time, but that's okay. God bless, let this song fade you guys out. Go out the theater, feel that bright Sunday. Super annoying, right? Love ya. Have a nice day. Please come back whenever you want. And most importantly, remember it's okay to cry. Love ya. Bye. Max's voice was super loud, echoed, and faded and mixed with this song. Time for real life, shit, we wanted to fucking live here, now you're getting it. One more time. Everybody, all for one, our real summer has just begun, hey. Let's rock and roll and just let go, feel the rhythm of the drums, we're gonna have fun in the sun now that all the hard work is done, everybody, one for all and all for one, yeah, all for one woo. Oh, yeah, after the credits finished rolling of awesome people dancing and being silly while white names were on the left. The screen went black. Some people started leaving already, but the real ones knew. "Mommy," said a little girl. "Yes, sweetheart," Diamond replied. "What's Daddy doing?" Susan asked. "Daddy's playing a video game to relieve his glory days, we guess," Diamond said. Happy but just worried for Max, for the game got intense and could feel super real. "Can we play, Mommy?" They were eternally young and put on basically nerve gears. "Sure, honey. But just remember you have fire because that's what Mommy used. We know we can do anything now, but it was different back then," Diamond said. She cried. She loved Max so much she didn't know what to do. "Okay, Mommy." The little woman was very happy and made a fist to pull it down in triumph. Diamond. "Susan. It's nice to see you girls," Alex said. "Max is fighting some dark tales in the Arctic again with Team All. You better hurry, girls. Much love and God bless." He smiled quietly and wept a bit. The girls ran out the door and yelled thanks Alex. When the cameras showed the snow, it went to black. Chapter 1, Return to Randomness. Diamond and Susan ran out the Golden Hotel, but were greeted by a roaring ice monster. It was in black and white because that's how Dark Mirror was. "Hey guys. What are you doing here? Have you been watching So?" Max was flying around. He had rocket shoes that he used to fly around. He was using a very thin fire whip. The life bar of the blacktail was decreasing like molasses. If Max didn't get help soon, he was losing this video game, with 0 achievements at that. Diamond had a higher power level than even Max in this game, but as we know, Susan has never played the game before. Susan was the last child Max and Diamond had before they became angel-like creatures who can't have children. He had her right before he fought the devil in the last book. It's been a few years since then, so she wasn't really old enough to know what the Heaven Helmet was. It was basically a super sophisticated VR headset that created a simulation of Dark Mirror. They could use magic or like a training room that teleport them digitally or like magically, but Max didn't intend or like purpose to leave the house, so he used the helmet. Elizabeth was playing the game with her dad Max. All Max's kids were there, the 7. "Them dogs, dem dogs." Diamond screamed and sent super rapid fireballs from both her hands, arms extended in front of her. The monster howled like a monster, screech, high-pitched, loud. "Listen guys. He's just gonna try to heal, we have to find a way to make sure it doesn't sit down," Max yelled. Lindsay floated the blacktail with leaves, then Elizabeth made a pool of fire under it. It wouldn't be able to sit on a single leaf, so it would fall onto the lava. This is how this kinda always felt to Max. When we come back to life, what was life but one big, nice, neat, swell, polite, awesome, video game? Mario was still nicer in a way, but Max loved coming back to this world to kick some butt every now and then. "Anyone else hungry?" Ashley asked in a humorous, calm way. They all took their helmets off. They were on FaceTime. "Helmets are the way to go," said Elizabeth in a humorous, calm way, just like her sister. Max loved them. They still struggled so much, but Max loved them a lot. That's what mattered. This was kinda all they did. Helmets were the way to go to meanies. They talked about it before. Elizabeth told the truth, but it was true, for today, because they felt like Susan would finally ask what Max was doing. They usually liked to go into the simulation rooms, that way it wasn't weird to the wicked. Spending all our time in heaven playing video games might seem counterintuitive, but Max pitted his kids. It taught them a lot about suffering, love, drama, romance, violence, niceness, meanness, everything. The NPCs got married. Ashley's idea. Smart kid. Lots of beings might be like romance, fuck 'em. She said it, we wrote it, we took advice, but you know what? She was a lot smarter than the wicked thought. when we ate in the game. It nourished our real bodies as well, though in heaven we didn't necessarily need food. Anyone feeling some chicken wings? Everyone laughed. Phiro, Ishal, Alex, God, a little talking hamster. We all ate some wings, barbecue, buffalo. It tasted just like meat, but it was vegan. It wasn't like imitation meat on earth, which was still really nice, neat, swell, and polite. It tasted just like meat. Once everyone was filled up with fake meat goodness, they all teleport to the same training room, a huge room with metal walls and a wooden floor, same one from before in a way. The scene became the scene they were just in. The men had pain mode on, like some women, but it was off for all children. To varying degrees, our heroes chose to feel pain so they could be nicer, neater beings. The blacktail intended to fake a sneeze, but it felt it was actually sneezing, was too calm, intended to sit. But the leaves wouldn't hold its weight, but once it started falling it kept falling, so it melted in the fires of Elizabeth's magical power. An NPC couple joined them, Jacob and Cynthia. They kissed. That was awesome. Lindsay and Elizabeth, what inspired you guys to think of that? They asked. They were so nice. Lovely beings, but we know there's no marriage in heaven, not to hurt us, but just to make us nicer. To prove it wasn't that mean, we had these NPCs who weren't hurt by their romance, but just weren't as fulfilled or like joyful as the unmarried in the celestial realm of Sabaoth, the little white man who watches us all. Alexandra said, we heard there were some blacktails who were getting high by eating power wires in an abandoned power plant. We feel like they shouldn't do that, Yano. So, let's go stop them. Nice idea, Alex. You'll be in your element. We feel you should take the lead on this one. Max said. He was Infinity and 26 years old. But he didn't look a day over 22. They all teleport to the power plant. It was Team All, Abejug, Kyle, Preston, Phiro, Ishal, Max's 7 daughters, Diamond, and an unhittable, unfeeling Susan. No pain mode, Yano? A giant lightning bolt took Alex out. Everyone's ears started ringing. Her hair became super fuzzy. Slight pain mode. We're okay. Max wept. Pain or not, he still felt bad for his own daughter. She said we're okay in a hurt, strained, pained way, but she was acting as we didn't feel pain. We all acted. Her eyes looking like lightning bolts were in them. She started glowing electricity, then sent that blacktail's attack back at it so hard it howled like a deep voiced demon. Its life bar was at 1 HP. Susan teleported in front of the blacktail's face, so she blew fire bubbles. They only did 1 HP damage, but Yano what? To her dad it might as well have been infinity. Max kissed Susan. Oh yesh mommy, oh yesh whittle mama 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 mama, oh yesh. He didn't curse in front of his kids. That's how we know he didn't get too lost in the sauce like the Romans said. If this was real life, Max would be screaming all kinds of inappropriate curses or like swears, but his emotions were in check because he knew everyone was safe. Blacktails emerged from the shadows, chewing huge power cables. They glowed like electricity with lightning bolts in their own eyes. Max sent ice at all of them, but only one picked ice shield. The others picked electricity, fire, air, water, ice, and shadows. Lindsay had to be our secret weapon then. Blacktails had the power of teleportation, so let me tell ya, this wasn't easy. Whenever someone sent out an attack they'd just switch. Lindsay knew she should hide her power, so she used her sword or light gun, which we all carried, though it might not always be visible. Max used tables, chairs, cups, plates. He hit them all with a tree, but to be sarcastic, none of them re-upped their shield for plants. Lindsay knew her time was here, then sent razor-sharp rose petals at all the blacktails. They were all halfway down. Max's gauge limit filled, so he used it to make the blacktails re-pick their power shields, but in fear they all chose nature. So we let em have it. Ishal stole the show with a blizzard so cold they all froze in place, then blew up in little increments up their bodies until they were snow dust on the floor of a black and white power plant. Ha! The power of plants. Max is going to take a seat back to let some of his friends tell their stories. They went back to the Golden Hotel, to the beach. Some things never change, we guess. Chapter 2, Lovely Light. Diana was fishing in a peaceful village. This version of Dark Mirror had more civilized societies. This was a peaceful fishing village, but still, all was black and white. The NPCs were also completely black, like light or like silhouettes, though they could become more normal. So Diana made them normal because she liked how it looked. She also made everything look normal cause she wasn't Max. She was her own dog, though she loved a dog called Max. She caught many fish and kept them in a cooler to eat later with her friends. Something was wrong though. Her rod became so heavy if it weren't for magic it would have broke. A huge fish flew out the water, then started attacking the small fishing village with water attacks. Diana blinded it, then sent balls of light at it, about a fifth down. Her friend Teixeira, a talking Tyra, sent emeralds, diamonds, rubies, sapphires, garnets, onyx, lapis, and tourmaline at it. They were vertically long hexagons. About 5/6 down. The giant fish opened its mouth, sent its sticky tongue out, ate Teixeira, and jumped back in the water. Diana wept, then jumped in the water to catch the fish. There were so many blacktails she surrounded herself with a light force field, then sent it out with such force it eliminated all the blacktails right away. They were small fish or like swimming plants. Mean ol, rude ol, impolite ol motherfuckers. Teixeira made the inside of the fish glow, then jewels flew out of it very quickly that glowed their respective, brilliant colors. They held hands, then swam back to shore. Diana sat with her friends on the beach at night, roasting their fish. Sorry Toddy, we wish we could have helped more. Diana said. It's cool Diana. Toddy was a light-skinned black woman with long curly hair, but her normal form was again a beautiful, clean Tyra. We know that thing took you off guard. Fuck it. But please be careful next time, Yano. It was our fault really. While we went hunting for firewood you were fighting our dinner. Toddy said with a quiet confidence. She smiled. They knew they weren't really in danger. Diana said, well, what do you guys think? That's one of the nastier ones we've seen. Diana said. She smiled with a quiet confidence. Poor kid, she's come a long way from pup days. There were 3 men there, Brad, Peter, and Edward, yeah, the guys from the beach. Well, one time we saw a sequoia blacktail, enormous. Brad said with a chuckle and smile. But was it big? Or was it mean and fucking worse than a big fucking fish? Diana said. She felt insecure. She missed her dad. But despite all her insistence, Max said she should get out more. Well, no. Sorry. Brad laughed. We all made mistakes, what mattered was learning from them. But man, that thing was no pushover, that's for sure. Peter said one time we saw a car blacktail, but, no. Man, we even rode in it. He laughed. Talk about a fender bender. He laughed again. Nice man. Teixeira said, well guys, we're glad we have friends like y'all. It'd be funny if we invited the NPCs. They all laughed. LOL, it was pretty funny. Diana said, yeah, well, we're glad you guys are all real, cause you're real awesome. What do you guys think our dad's doing? Diana said this with a quiet confidence. She was just like her dad. Tough, kind, loving, a seriously good melee player. Well. Ed started. He's probably watching your little sister in Golden Hotel. He laughed. Probably at the beach. What a nice man. We remember when we first met him. Aw. Glad we fucking made it, we weren't sure there for a bit. They all laughed. Max was proud of his kid. She's come a long way from when they used to eat scraps. Diana wept a lot. They all got up and hugged. All right, come here, don't oppress the poor for they're poor. They all cried and hugged, wiped their tears and laughed. They rode dragons over the dark mirror. Max was glad Diana's dark mirror was kinda light, then he thought, that makes sense, he named her Light after all. Chapter 3, Susan. Silly shape solving. Susan stared at the shapes with a serious concentration, the kind Diamond couldn't touch. She didn't know, did the square go in the circle, square, or triangle? She picked up the cube, considered all her options. The chains of her mind were Pups, Baby Food, Barney, Sesame Street, and Susan. She was named after a baby Max met at a beach. She was a beach ball. This Susan, however, was a beautiful little human being. The math of her mind raced. If we pick circle, it might fit, but might isn't nice enough for dear genius Susan. Square seemed more logical, but the wicked lied, they might be lying now. Triangle, looked like square with rough edges, but poison ivy looked like ivy, but rashes didn't look like normal skin. No. Max didn't let that happen, but they did watch a video. Max said, you wonder what your big sister's doing. He wept, he was just a leaky little faucet. Yeah, no Susan, you were born a baby, but your sister was born a dog. A dog? Susan asked. Can we be a dog, Daddy? No, our love, well. Max made her a dog. She laughed, then tried sleeping. Hey silly. We gotta find out why the wicked won't tell us where the shape goes. Listen. We feel, it might be square, but if it's not, no, it's the fault of the black tails, not yours. Daddy? Susan asked. Yes, our love, Max replied. We wish this was easier. Diamond walked over. Listen, baby. We struggled with this too when we were your age. All you can do is pray, become a dog aunt, intend or like purpose every dang hole until we get lucky. Life's all about luck, kid. Diamond said. She was a nice mom. Max loved her. She missed Cassie. Our friends were busy nowadays. With Max saving the world, it left everyone with a lot of free time. Diamond's hand guided Susan's circle didn't work, but square did. Susan laughed and clapped. Mommy, why didn't we have to intend or like purpose every hole? Will it fit in the last one too? Susan asked, so cute, so innocent, so mixed race. Well honey, we could cut the triangle, like another triangle, then it would fit. But, like your dad says, there's a time and place for everything, so we could, but it might make us sad. How come, Mommy? We don't intend or like purpose to make you and Daddy sad. Diamond picked up her kid and wept. They knew God didn't exactly like for beings to be called Dad, so they usually intended or like purposed for Susan to say Max, not Dad, but it was fine. What could be done? Well, think of it like this, if every shape looked or like felt the same, we'd be sad because there wouldn't be much variety to life. Oh. Duh. So. Susan knew, for she knew it all, but she was still so confused. Her mom picked her up and kissed her a lot. How about we go swimming, baby? Diamond said. She knew Susan was smart. Shapes were dumb anyway. How often did shapes come up in real life? There were shape celestials. Every celestial studied their thing forever and ever, unlike humans or like angels who were broader. Diamond laughed with her baby. Diamond made Max a nicer being. He usually would have just chilled on the beach, but he felt he should swim his daughters. He saw Diamond as a daughter in a way. Wow. Diana just hooked a giant fish. Max knew psychically. Diamond got the info. Susan too. Nice for her. We just say hi to her later. Diamond said. She knew Max loved Diana, but she felt he might be too hard on her sometimes. We're dumb or like. I'm dumb, we feel like. It's nice for her to be alone or like with friends, but, you're right, we'll say hi to her later. How about now, Daddy? Diana said. Diana. Me and your mother were just talking about you. Good job on that effin' fish. Fuck bad people. Don't say effin' in front of kids. Okay, fuck you. We hope that was better. Tell me, was it worse than the ocean lighting man, the upside down one? Same level, but probably a little worse. They smiled and hugged and fist bumped. Legit. Wanna swim? Max replied. Sure. We brought our friend's dad. Oh shiz. What's up guys? Long time no FNC. How are we? Max said excellent sir. EFF shapes. They're pointless. Especially circles. They all laughed hard. Then swam. Kids, teen, adults, elders, flooded the speech, they named it after God. Max was too humble for all that. God's cold water, nice name. The heat was burning, the sky was blue, the clouds weren't there, the sand was tan, like diamond. Max was happy. But now we was always happy, but if we think about it, he was always happy. Max held his baby, she had a sphere in one hand and the holes in the other and kept hitting the sphere on the square until it accidentally went in the circle. That's our little genius. We did it, Daddy. She hit her hand on her forehead. Oh, she smiled really big, blushed really hard, and had a million little light bulbs go off in her head at once. It's like, the circle goes. Oh my God, how obvious, but like so not obvious at the same time. She hugged her parents. You're a genius just like your parents, baby. Max said. Proud Dad. Diana held her little sister and put her on her shoulders. The camera swung and panned to the blue sky. The sun rang. Heat and cold. End of scene. Next chapter yo. Chapter 4, Eliza's incredible inclusion of increments. Eliza the talking shirt was a character who swam with Max in the last book and gave him one of his favorite memories ever. Swimming with talking clothes in a heated pool in the snow, cannonballing off a roof, water flying in the air then landing back in the pool, laughing with friends and family. She was in a huge hedge maze. She bet Lacey, Eliza, and Joy, she could beat this maze in 10 minutes. She was moving like shirt lightning. She became a human being because she thought it'd be funny. She dashed through that maze like a rubber ball or like an Etch-a-Sketch or like a 3D film. She met talking rabbits with top hats, monocles, tux coats, tea, and a talking table, a talking chair, a talking potted rose, a talking sun, a talking moon, a talking turtle, they all were dressed like the rabbit. Eliza was so confident she didn't see any harm in taking a tea break. How are we guys? So do you guys know the way out of here? Eliza asked. Sure. But what's the fun of that dear talking shirt? We know you're smart enough to figure it out. Our advice. They talked with funny, fancy accents. Posh, British even. It's shaped kinda like a snake, or like a dragon, or like a worm, or like a shoestring. The talking chair finished. Obviously, she said in a silly way with a fake mustache on. It's just, we told our friends we'd finished in 10 minutes. Obviously, they all said with a quiet confidence. Well, you have to be fast like rabbits, a rabbit said with a wise, high-pitched, caring voice. And patient and strong like an elderly white-haired, Grandpa Tortoise. Grandpa Tortoise said. Thanks guys. Well. Don't be in a hurry our child, we'll show you the way out, said the talking Sunday really. Eliza said. She was super happy. She had a big smile on her face and she was excited to finish this bet so she could get her $20. Of course child, said the talking moon with a quiet confidence. In exchange for, knowledge that is, you know knowledge is power. Finished the talking moon. This kinda reminded Eliza of Alice in Wonderland, Auron, Cora, and some other stuff we don't know, we're not her, we're Max. So, what's the best armor a talking table could wear? Well, it depends, if you want something professional, the silent suit increased stealth and is still sleek and stylish, but if you want something bulkier, the knight's table, fits tables of all sizes, decreased movement adds to defense and is sturdy enough to last a lifetime. Eliza said. They all laughed. "K'm and Eliza, we're friends. We're not here to put you on trial." The T-gang went through the maze like lighting with tons of time to spare. Eliza cried, "Sweet woman. Thanks guys. How can we repay you?" Eliza said, crying a lot. She got on her knees to bow before them. "Please just give King Max our nicest regards, oh, and that $20. Kidding. Unless." They all gave funny looks at each other. "Duh. We'll give you your heart's weight in gold, we're just afraid you wouldn't know where to put so much gold." They cried and hugged. They went to the beach. Unlike fiction, in heaven, friends and family are forever. End of scene. Next chapter. Duh. Chapter 5, Toy Soldier Tanks. Tohiro was a little toy soldier alien. He was infinitely old, but he knew all there was to know about toy soldiers, guns, tanks, armies, and stuff like that. He was with Susan. "Hi Susan. We like that you're small. We're also small. When we're small it makes the world around us seem much bigger, so being small is kinda a blessing, Yano, smiley face," Tohiro said with quiet confidence. "Susan, in this life, it'll seem like there's many contradictions. To counteract these contradictions, we know God never lies, but we also know what we know love's in our heart, so no one can take it out. God would make sure meanies never knew niceness, but conversely, he would let the nice know they'll never be hurt," Tohiro said. He became a tall man with hairy arms, a beard, brown hair, bushy eyebrows, and hugged and kissed Susan. "Thank Tohiro. We intended or like purposed a real, experienced soldier to tell our daughter that while war is an invention of the wicked, we can still live happy, peaceful live." Max said. He sounded happy and proud of his daughter and friend. "Of course, Max. It's a pleasure and honor to be with the man who saved Dark Mirror from Satan," Tohiro said with a scruffy, quiet, nice, and confident voice. The thing was, this world wasn't necessarily digital, it was more magical, but that was surely a way to see it. "Susan, we know it's a contradiction, but sometimes, war makes peace. We know it sounds crazy, but when God died, it was like a war in his mind, but you know what?" Tajay said with a nice, neat, swell, polite, cool, kind tone. "He won. The Lord Sabaoth, the commander of heaven's armies, won. But not with hatred or like weapons or like violence, but with like love, but love for his own enemies, so they were so ashamed they left the righteous alone forever," Susan said. Infinity was in that voice, surely and truly the daughter of the true God of heaven, not necessarily Max's daughter, but he was glad to be her dad for sure. "So true, Susan. Goo goo. Goo goo. Goo goo." Tajay kissed her, hugged her, and made a lot of silly baby noises with her, then said, "You ready, Max?" he said with quiet confidence. "Of course." Max replied. He grabbed his baby, gave her some hugs and kisses and reassurances, then gave her to her mom. "Love you girls. We'll be back, we're gonna go kick butt. Please be careful, husband. Love you, man. Later." Diamond said in a royal, elegant, kind, nice voice. They made out a little, then Max and Tajay vanished. They were in a town, black and white. The NPCs were silhouettes: white, black, brown, red, white, even blue. The smoke from weapons was white, the buildings were outlined, it looked like neon. God bless Diana, we love her notion of color, we just feel black and white looks nicer, neater, sweller, cooler, and all that. Max could send only the littlest missiles. But they packed a nice big punch. Poor Max. He intended or like purposed for kids to know life was about fun, not who was the strongest, for it was God anyway. God proved the same thing by dying. Max was hit by what looked like his own move, his life bar went down about 1/8. What the, he thought to himself. Look, we're not the strongest but that looked just like our own attack. Max loved Little Toy Soldiers by Eminem, he also loved Till I Collapse, which started playing for the heroes to hear, not the villains. A mirror. What was a mirror doing in a battlefield? Max called in a favor and a loud shriek broke the glass of the mirror, his life bar went all the way down, the glass was clear though, for we suppose clear isn't a color. Thanks audio. Don't mention it buddy. Hey Max. Let's hear some poetry huh? Sure. Under the lightning snowy icy drowning sun, under the snowing angelic icy snowing angelic icy icy snowy drowning angelic icy icy snowing angelic icy icy snowing angelic storming sun, under the angelic icy icy lightning no less angelic vein snowing angelic vein vein drowning raining loving icy icy snow angels ice ice snow storms 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 angels ice 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 snow storms angels ice 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 sun. Nice man. Well call if you need me again. Just Yano. They both said probably for mirrors. They laughed a lot. Something like that, love you man. Bye. They both hugged. Max said his partings, then audio left. Max let out a pretty loud shriek, not from his mouth but aura, it rattled the blacktails a bit, for they knew he didn't have audio powers, no he had them all, just he intended or purposed to make sure that mirror became a reflective dust so bright, so mean, so nice, so refined, so fine, it scratch any mirror's surface so hard it became transparent or translucent or opaque or two mirrors or God bless Amaranth. Max was hit by two Blacktail, Shadowtail, God bless Anya and Furiosa, toy soldiers on roofs. His life bar was going down. He conjured a potion that reminded him of an elf man, sword man, drank it, then his life bar went up, but wouldn't go down for a minute. He spun like an elegant ice skater, ballerina kinda of thing, it wasn't really him. During this attack he transformed into an infinitely long pole that flashed like planets or like supernovae or like lightning bolts of fire or like ice or like snow angels ice ice snow storms angels ice ice snow storms angels ice ice ice. This sent ice everywhere, the size of a bead but the power of a bullet, fire beads, electric beads, his gauge filled. Max conjured gas masks for the fellow toy sodders. He pulled what looked like a grenade's pin from a grenade, but in reality it was a smoke light spike infinity physical, intangible, blacktail fucking eliminator. The miasma shot through then like white or like purple beams of light that were touchable but not at the same time, it shot out in many different directions like a spike ball, it couldn't hurt his friends, but it had an awful, poisonous, gaseous, poisonous, 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 poisonous smell. Everyone was left with such a low life bar. The men of his army let out a loud war cry and finished them like bullets from ice guns, fire guns, electric guns, etc. The construction aliens who helped with the Golden Hotel from the last book came, fixed up the town, and handed out rations and supplies to the NPC townsfolk. Good job team. Tajay told his fellow soldiers. They sat just outside the town in lawn chairs drinking sodas, eating burgers, fries, and smoking ice cigarettes, fire cigarettes, etc. We intend or purpose to especially thank Max for his efforts, audio, Tojiro, and all of our men who helped put an end to the attack on this little coal mining village in the Midwest. Well men, to the beach. Tohiro said with loud confidence, his voice was like the quiet confidence of Gatling guns, you could hear every war, every bullet wound, every flashbang, in his voice. A tough, weathered, shield of a man. Not to be confused with Shield Joro, haha. It was hot, there was tons of food, kids having fun, young or preteen, teens, adults, elders, the water was cold. Huobaby. Max said to Susan in a silly, Goofy tone. How was the mission? We hope it went well. You're not hurt, right? Acting right. Diamond said with a big OL smile. When we got hurt, we just acted, for there was no pain in heaven. They made out a little. They were in the ocean with their little baby. It was okay. We feel like Audio was the real MVP. Max said he knew Diamond loved Audio. We love Audio. Aw, what was it like, a mirror? Diamond asked in a nice, cute, kind tone. Yes ma'am. You are so knowledgeable and smart. You remember when Audio had his fight on Dark Mirror? Max said, he knew she remembered. We never saw so much broken glass in one place. Yeah. The broom aliens worked overtime that day. They laughed and made out. They kissed their daughter. Good job, Daddy. You made Mommy proud, so we're proud of you. Susan said, children were so mean. LOL, no, she was okay, just a little misled, inherent to kids of course. Silly. Susan. Please don't talk to Daddy like that, or no lollipops. Max said. Susan cried. She didn't know before, but now she knew. Susan. Daddy makes us happy all the time. Where on earth did you learn to talk like that, silly? You listen to Daddy and Mommy, okay? Susan cried and hugged her parents. Then her mouth was filled with lollipops. Her parents kissed her cheeks, then the screen closed like a black circle on Susan's cute, round face, then went to close the circle to all black. End of scene. Next chapter. Chapter 6, Diamond's designer directions. Well, you'll have to watch Susan, cause you know we have a fashion show. You'll be there, right? Diamond asked. She cried. She hugged Max and rubbed his fat tummy. She'd miss him. Susan misinterpreted her mom's tears. It's not cause Dad hated her, it's because she loved him a lot. Happy tears, really? Of course. Well, if you need our little genius, we'll be building sandcastles, or something like that. Max put fake mustaches on him, Susan, and Diamond. There was still making out in heaven, cause God was cool like that. If you don't think so, that's cool, man. To us, yes. Obviously. Fucking obviously. If you're just a jerk about it, fuck you, Cool. Anyway. Max loved Diamond, so no one was going to tell him he couldn't kiss his own wife. They made out again and hugged tightly, closely, and lovingly. They stopped and smiled at each other for 2 seconds, then Diamond vanished. Well, baby. Max lifted Susan up and down. Susan cried. She missed her mom. Max's friends came to give them company. Max fed Susan broccoli, a sandwich, crackers, cheese, and a milk on the beach. Then she was happy, but she still missed Mom. Max kissed his baby for 2 seconds on the forehead, then the scene changed to Diamond at the backstage of a prestigious fashion show. Hey everyone. We just intend or like purpose to say from the bottom of our heart, thanks for taking part in our fashion show. We stayed up long nights, though we know there's no sleep in heaven, but we all love to sleep. Everyone laughed. It was the fashion aliens. Eliza, Lacey, Eliza, Joy, Max, a lovely pair of pants other Max met at the pool, and Jason were there. We put our blood, sweat, and tears into these designs. Thank you for your constant and unending support, love, kindness, niceness, neatness, prayers, inspiration. Diamond said. She was so happy. Max would have been glad to hear it. He was showing Susan how to play volleyball whilst she questioned why the net wasn't lower, the court wasn't smaller, and why Daddy himself was not a huge edible, chocolate volleyball. Diamond wept. She missed her family. We're your family too, Mrs. Rainbow Call. No offense. We all love Max and Susan. But we know it'll cheer you up to hear your husband and baby will be here for the actual show. A talking clothes rack said, but he was gay, and a human being man, he's called Raki. God loved gays. Max never knew what the Christians were on about. Diamond wiped her tears. Thanks Raki. You are the nicest, neatest, kindest, most generous clothes rack we've met, no offense to the other clothes racks here. Diamond said incredulously but with love and kindness. The other clothes racks motioned to let everyone know they weren't offended. You got the biggest rack, if you know what we mean. Diamond said and everyone laughed and Raki shook his chest as a joke and everyone laughed and copied him. Well guys. The show's in half an hour, it'll take about 20 minutes to show all our new designs. This isn't our first rodeo friends. Look fabulous. Elegant. Majestic. Powerful. Empowered. Magical. Happy. Make sure we eat. Like our cute dear baby Susan. Mommy gave her broccoli, a sandwich, crackers, cheese, and a nice, tasty, nutritious, delicious, bone-strengthening, healthy, happy, filling, cooling milk. Raki said you are our mother Diamond. You are the best mom ever and we love you. We wish we could give birth but we love our trans friends like some of the members of our loving, kind, wonderful, self-empowered, and self-motivated team. They all cheered and clapped. Thank you Raki. They kissed each other on the cheeks. Okay folks. Let's start getting ready. Diamond yelled with joy, pride, love, kindness, love for Susan, love for Max, but most importantly love for God. Everyone walked around hurriedly, a lot of the models made their way to the food table, people were checking the lengths of clothes to make sure they were just right, making sure the chairs looked organized and neat, they checked the lighting, made sure the cameras were ready to live stream and Diamond called her family. Hi guys. We're just getting ready to do the big show. It'll be soon. Will you be here? Kidding. Obviously but like, can you come early? Diamond asked, she cried, she missed them a lot sure thing kiddo. We can go right now if you want. Max asked, he felt bad for her and cried. She with red teary eyes nodded with difficulty through grief and Max and Susan appeared. They hugged and made out. Eventually the fashion show started. The Celestials showed off some of the cutest, prettiest, most beautiful designs you ever saw. Max loved Diamond and he was happy for her. Good job mommy. Susan said. Susan was wearing a dress Diamond designed. It was blue with flowers on it, and diamonds. Susan was born of her mother, but babies weren't made like that anymore. Max loved his daughter but he had some shame, did he love her more because she was born from him and his wife? Max didn't miss sex, but he felt bad for anyone reading this who couldn't quite understand why there wasn't marriage in heaven. So he dedicated this next chapter to them. Chapter 7, Mostly Marriage. Diamond's fashion show went really well. People clapped, the designs were nice, Susan enjoyed the whole thing a lot, some of the dresses or like designs had real fire, real ice, real electricity, apples, oranges, grapes. Diamond even made a dress with tears basically to poke fun at the fact she cried a lot cause she missed her husband a lot. Diamond was, not to be weird, a real woman to Max. She always held her mistakes against her. In a way this was Max's wife, even though there wasn't sex, that made her more his wife because it proved he wasn't just with her for sex. Max loved her a lot. She wasn't always her nicest, to her, to meanies. She just had her off days. Days where she didn't want to be around anyone, days where she liked to be more alone than she maybe should be, days where she felt not pretty even though she was honestly really pretty. Max still pitied her a lot though. It was hard to say why, it was kind of a secret, but the fact still stood even on her meanest days he was still there for her. He missed her when she was gone. He prayed a lot for her and for all his friends. Diamond got some of the most talented musicians to play at her fashion show, rap, pop, indie pop. It was a nice, neat, good, and great time. He cared about her. She felt like he blamed her when we was anxious or like depressed. Things would scare her that she just didn't understand. But he knew she meant well. And he'd helped her through it. She sometimes felt like it was impossible to stop being anxious. It was impossible to stop being anxious. Max thought while watching the fashion show. Anything's possible, Diamond. He loved her. To stop being anxious isn't just knowing the last thing, the most important thing in a thought process that stop anxiety, and that's what she taught him. When the anxiety stopped and she knew the difference between anxiety and depression, and Max liked that about her. Anxiety was kind of a cool word, like that Logic song. She loved Max a lot. She missed sex, we're sure, but there was nothing they could do about that. There was no sex in heaven, and we knew God was right about that. Max pitied her though. For example, beings would always tell him it's I not we, stupid. Sorry if you ever told us that. No, we don't agree. We is a more beautiful, open-ended word. We love the word we. Isn't it kind of hypocritical? If we don't say we should never say it. We don't know. It can also be really offensive to not say we, but beings don't think of that because they're too obsessed with I. Well, since they like it so much. I don't care, they're coincidentally right, that's it. Anyway, the fashion show had a disco ball, smoke, laser lights, people smiled, laughed, sang, danced. It made her happy. Max pitied her. She never had an easy life, she complained too much, but you know what? She was right. Gays, bi, gender fluid, pansexual, all went to heaven. This she knew. But her church always said it wasn't true. She had a hard time with discernment, disassociation, projecting, humor, everything, but through all her flaws Max loved her. She smoked still, she drank still, but it was okay. She didn't know what she was doing, so Max pitied her. He loved her. When we love people, even if they don't talk to us, even if they sleep all day, even if we wish they were better, we help them, because of things they did. We don't flatter, not things they're doing, but things they did, things no one can take away. If someone does a lot of good, but stops, the good things they do aren't undone. They're just left there, unlike what meanies say. You're just like us now. But you can't undo the nice things human beings do, they're there, you can't change the past. But you can change your future. Her biggest flaw, he felt, was comparing herself to beings who she wasn't comparable to. They didn't make compelling arguments, they weren't smart, but she felt they were. She felt. We made it to heaven because we're a woman. It's not anything nice we did. How fucking dumb. Fucking unfortunately women didn't always make it to the fucking, pearly fucking, so offensive, but for what? That's how far gone she was sometimes. Max pitied her. She didn't even realize how inappropriate this be to say in public, but he pitied her still. It was more okay to say in public than she thought. Diamond loved the word we. Max was mad at her. Elizabeth also wasn't being very nice, but to cheer her up, he intended or purposed to write her a story. But, when he opened the book he saw his wife's fashion show. He was mad. He didn't want to finish it, but he missed her, and ya know what, from reading one probably couldn't even tell he was mad at her. That's what he was intending or purposing to tell her. It didn't matter. Then what? Meanies say. Oh, it's not you. What do the wicked know of the words of the kind? But still he was patient with her. She was a woman, and that wasn't nothing. Often we did help women and children in a special way, unlike men. But the same way there were an infinite amount of women in heaven, there were an infinite amount of men. The order matters there. It's offensive because meanies are the ones who said it, the very same ones who read the last few words we've written. Things weren't offensive just 'cause they were offensive, say the wicked. They were offensive because they were easily offended, wanted to be offended by nice, neat, swell, polite, good, great things. They were raising a child. By this point Max thought he'd be talking about an NPC couple who had sex, but he was happier with what he'd written so far, kind words to his wife to remind her she was still a nice, neat, good, and great person. She had a beautiful face, perfect teeth, a beautiful smile, a nice pretty forehead, long well-kept hair, her tresses were logs in waters in tears of the kingdom, her tresses were rows of stars shaped like sushi at a sushi bar, her tresses were the children she bore. He pitied her. She wouldn't always believe it, they'd fight, they'd argue. But she'd just do it 'cause she thought it was trendy, cool, everyone did it. But when she looked back in her more honest moments, whether she was nice or like even mean, she knew it wasn't Max's fault. If she was mean it was her fault, but even if she was mean it was still the wicked's fault, because a mean beings can be forgiven but not a wicked one. Pure heroin by Lord was like actual heroin, am I right? There's that word the wicked love so much. Ribs is an anthem about not intending or like purposing to grow older, wanting an education, but a more worthwhile one that lead to joy, not a boring office job, where we were bombarded by the constant incessant tones or like rings of office supplies, keys clacking, printers humming, phones ringing, indistinct chatter like the echoes of the purgatory of our mind. Clock out, drive home, no Bible, no love, no church, no religion, no spirituality, no Christianity, no preaching, no pulpit, no baptisms, but secular suffocation, no spiritual sophistication, but overly sexual solicitation, no solid solidification, said Diamond. Max loved her. He truly liked it. She was insecure about her smarts, her knowledge, but she was a lot like this book. Beings might not like the way we talk, but again, imagine if we never said we. Diamond was the same. She felt dumb for not saying I, not we, but those beings were hypocrites. At the end of the day, she was a smart, cute, charming, honest, kind woman. When we lets the indistinct chatters of ghostly infidelity creep in our brains, the only step left is to hate a sensible quote like no solid solidification, but the polar opposite was true as well. To Christians there was no alliteration, rhyming, music, shows, movies. It has to be Christian or it just isn't nice or like neat. No cursing. Talk about Noah's Ark. Talk about Moses. But don't talk about Solomon's wives or like Uriah or like the more offensive parts of the Bible. Diamond knew, so she was smarter than the world, and the church, and there was no one else. She loved the day but Max loved night. She felt wrong for not agreeing, but this was a subjective matter. When she didn't feel pretty she'd exaggerate till she believed it. The thing is, the appearance is not all that matters. But for a woman, it makes more sense. For example, St. James writes, the one with no faith looks in a mirror, but forgets what they look like when they look away. A man utterly looking at a mirror all the time, to us, is disgraceful. But a woman, she does make up for what? Hours, maybe not after her makeup's done, maybe a little, like men look at themselves a little, but hours was a long time compared to 0 seconds, 0 minutes, 0 hours, 0 days, 0 weeks. Max's friends would get it. Diamond's friends from the beach. We all are special, we're all smart. Don't let anyone tell you when you rapture or like say something exciting it wasn't, when everything faith, and nothing's really provable. Raptures, excitement, faith, hope, and love, are all we have. Mostly marriage. Max's alliteration. Diamond loved it a lot, and he loved her again. This chapter was going to be two NPCs who were married to talk about sex because again, there's no sex in heaven. Max did feel, he hated to say it, but he felt like this was mostly a marriage. It was mostly good, it was mostly great, or that's how Diamond felt he saw it, but this was marriage. They loved each other and this chapter cheered her up a lot. It's all he asked for, his friends too. We say this because the chapter's now over. That's how much things can change, but when they change, let them change, because change fosters growth, and growth fosters love, true love, which is never broken. True love's kiss is a common theme in media of Earth. We don't know about generations before us, but probably, Max loved probably in Diamond's funny tone, when we feel true love's kiss, every spell. Every spell. Diamond said. Every spell, they both said together, is broken. End of chapter. God bless Paper Mario. Next chapter please. Chapter 8, Chimney Children. All the main characters from the last book became toddlers. They started telling each other jokes. Oak said okay, so a tree walks into a bar. Gets hammered, leaves and gets in his car, the car turns upside down, a giant fake mustache gets put on it, it's Mario's mustache. Then he tells us all how awesome he is, we bow down, and we become Mario. Hilarious, insightful, funny, cute. Okatha said, who by this point was technically a very old leafer. A giant fake mustache, might be real, humble, sweeps the street, it gets drunk, quits his job, joins the circus, burns all his hair off, and he was secretly a hand-sized mustache this whole time. He gets married to a lady mustache, they have a baby and the baby's so small they forgive his dad for lying about being a big mustache. Comedy. Snowball said so a giant fake mustache had a hard life, was insecure, about their jokes, thought humor wasn't everything, they were fucking wrong. They became the biggest comedian in the world, skydived into a volcano, and tons of hand-sized fake mustaches shoot out, the atoms drown in it, they become mustaches, and they lied. They were actually all smooshed and put together to make the big fake mustache from the other joke. Nice. Not bad at all. Joy said so a giant fake mustache works an office job, he quits to pursue interpretive dance, he headlines Madison Square Garden. Vegas. LA. Eventually he quits it all to grow mustache plants in his humble backyard. A nice house but not that big. When he eats it, he gets high, gets the munchies, and eats all the food in his fridge, he goes back to dance and is accepted everywhere and beings really welcome his comeback. He made enough to fill his fridge again. Barely, 'cause he spent the rest on books on how not to spend almost all one's money on almost not filling their fridge after accidentally eating all their food for the week in a day 'cause they got high. Funny. Max appreciated them, but on a more serious note. Humor is a worthwhile, but difficult, and precarious endeavor. Max didn't know it at first, but he wrote this in pity to his friends who kept comparing his baby to Stewie. At first they didn't mean anything by it, they even made it a little woman not man, but we'll be the first to say we're not the biggest fan of Family Guy, we feel it's inappropriate, crude, rude, mean, and just indescribably bad. Evil. Fucking, we try to get along, it had its moments we guess, but it's not good and in a way it has never had a moment. Max didn't even think of comparing this to Family Guy at first, but he noticed toddlers talking about alcohol, idiots will still be offended, then act dumb when they realize these are actually infinitely old beings, that makes all the difference. Family Guy has lots of problems, the kid is way too young, mocks the overweight, women, Christians, Muslims, Jews, the disabled, church, the Bible, kindness, love, hope, faith. It's shameful to think such a disgraceful show, or like any fucking show like it, is really appropriate to watch. We plan to have the kids slowly age over time, but we feel this made a really nice point, so we'll leave it there. God bless. Anyway. Fuck all, man. Fuck all. Anyway. God bless again. Much love. And next scene please. Chapter 9, Anime Action. Anime is the ultimate form of pop culture. Anime is in a tier all its own over pop culture. Anime is inspiration itself, a fire unwilling to be doused by any kind of snow or like ice or like water. When we watch anime, we watch ourselves, for true inspiration falls like snow, flowers grow in the soil of our heart when we see a great fight scene. An interestingly animated scene like the red blue light, L scenes from Death Note, when we feel like we're in the class, hugging the girl, breathing ice fire or like ice smoke or like smoking ice smoke from ice vape pens, The comfort of friendship will never be outweighed by the weight of anxiety or like depression. Heaven was like one big dream. Sometimes, as we mentioned, blacktails aren't too ugly, but can look normal and even cool. This is the story of a high-speed chase across the galaxy, planet-sized blacktails, Ashley's Hunger, Niagara the Face Miss Celestial, a black and white kind of rainbow road, an actual rainbow road. Full credit to Mario Kart, explosions, and on a seriously somber and kind note, rest in peace to Akira Toriyama. Max. Bad news. Some planet-sized blacktails are reported to be making a serious ruckus and commotion over Dark Mirror. We have to stop them, Kyle said. Kyle was a drill alien all called Kamina from Gurren Lagann. Preston, or Simone, was his brother, also from Gurren Lagann. Shit. Well, let's go, Max replied. They were at the beach. Space was black and white, such a bleak, ugly place this was. But so pretty at the same time. They were standing on a light road, black and white. It was tessellated with patterns of dragons and ouroboroses. There were very intricate and beautiful animations that flickered on it like a hologram. Racer was there, their friend, an infinitely old, infinitely young, race car. He ran on liquid light. Why, he was born a mere Hot Wheel if you can believe it. We gotta hurry, man. They're almost here, Racer said. We know it's space, but bear with us. The blacktails were coming into view, and fast. They were going to lead them away and try to eliminate them. Max and Kyle jumped into Racer. He became the slickest, sleekest race car you ever done saw. They started bolting super fast. The road was materializing under them, but eventually it became visible and the blacktails were trying to break it, but Racer was so fast he could essentially fly over the gaps in the road. Max and Kyle got on Racer when they were close to the blacktails and started their attack. Max sent lightning bolts, not much damage, but the blacktails got scared and so put up electric shields. What Max lacked in physical power he made up for in strategizing, intimidation tactics, fear tactics, and wisdom. Kamina sent some huge drills at them. This sent their life bars down a really nice amount. Just then another road appeared next to them. There was a blacktail shaped like a race car with blacktails shaped like men shooting AK-47s at them. They had to use force fields and jump, but there wasn't much room to dodge. Racer wasn't very large and they didn't intend or like purpose to fall off. Suddenly when we called in reinforcements, the blacktails copied us. They had the same amount of beings as us, but now they weren't just humans, they were trees, tables, spoons, forks. Fuck these motherfuckers, honestly. Ashley was there. She sent huge torrents of water at the blacktails, huge cylindrical water currents at them. They did some serious damage and their life bars decreased. Our friend Niagara came for emotional support. They were in Rakura. Racer's sister. She was a face mist alien. She was able to increase Ashley's power, but like the clothes aliens, makeup aliens didn't specialize in combat. The blacktails were so big, they didn't even have to like move. But like, it's open-ended for a reason, a nice one. Fucking, gravity didn't work as usual or we would have been sucked into their gravitational pull. Look guys. Max started. We feel like we're going to have to somehow get on these blacktails. Max thought of it like dominoes. If we took the smaller ones out, the big ones would obviously soon follow. Alex had to use her pistol because the blacktails had electric shields up. God damn it. Their life bars are hardly going down. We need to make sure they keep away from Earth. Alexandra said. Do moons count as planets? XD, we love the concept but man. Anyway. Lindsay sent huge sequoias at the moon or like planet-sized blacktails. Their life bars were going down, but it looked like they'd need a miracle to get this done. We have an idea, said Niagara with a quiet confidence. We might be able to make one drown Ash. If we turn their friends to water they might drown, like, not actually but like, they'll feel bad for their friends so they'll pretend to drown to eulogize them, then the others will see it drowning, and get scared. Niagara felt bad that she wasn't trained in combat, but she loved her life. She liked Ashley a lot and they even knew each other while Max was on Dark Mirror. After the women left the beach, the aliens greeted them to comfort them in the fact life wasn't always about fighting but equally about